Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Pro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Today is Thursday, August 13th, 2026. Yesterday was a really long day, wasn't it? What a day it was yesterday. Very emotional, very draining. I hope everyone was able to stay away from the internet last night because it was the wild, wild west of crazy. We are returning for day 13 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. It's like a trial that will never end. I don't know how much more of the Commonwealth's case I can actually take. How about you? I don't know. I mean, Vinnie Politan did a show last night. You know, I love Vinnie. I've always loved Vinnie. I love Vinnie since the 90s. The chat at Vinnie Politan's live stream last night was wildin'. It was off the charts vitriolic. I couldn't even believe it. I was going to comment something in there, but I decided against it and I just shut it off. It was crazy. It was so crazy. Let's take a look at our motivational quote of the day because we're waiting for court to start. My. At the bottom of your screen, you will see scrolling the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline. Please, if you or somebody you know is in need, please call the hotline at 1-833-852-6262. Only put the feed up so nobody gets worried that we're going to miss anything. It is 9:02 a.m. I don't know if they've ever started on time, but they're not very late usually, so that's good. How's everybody doing? Motivational quote of the day today, Thursday, August 13th, 2026. Omar Bradley said, "The greatness of a leader is measured by the achievements of the led. This is the ultimate test of his effectiveness." The greatness of a leader is measured by the achievements of the led. This is the ultimate test of his effectiveness. There you go. Good morning. Good morning. Let's take a look at today's badass affirmation of the day, because we need that too if we're going to get through it. Here we go. I've heard from a lot of people who have written me emails who said I came into this 100% guilty, and after watching it, I flipped. I wonder if there's anybody like that here in the chat. That you came into this 100% guilty. She killed her kids. That's it. She should go to prison forever and ever and ever. Amen. And maybe some people have more of an open mind now. I don't know. Here's your badass affirmation of the day. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? I'm an effing masterpiece. That is you. I'm an effing masterpiece. There you go. You are. You're a masterpiece. Here's just me, SAP, who says, I have flipped. Again, I mean, it's just, I feel like I have more empathy for Lindsay than I did because I feel like she tried to do everything she could to prevent her postpartum depression from turning into full-blown postpartum psychosis, if that's indeed what happened. Maybe it was a horrific reaction to the cocktail of medications that she was on. Certain people cannot metabolize certain medications. Has anybody ever had gene site testing done or done for one of your kids? It's an amazing cheek swab that will come back with results that will tell you all the medications that are good for you and all the medications that are bad for you that your body might react to poorly. Amanda says, my husband flipped me and the trial. Wit says, I felt she was 100% guilty, but I still didn't think she should go to jail. But now I question everything, right? Bab says, I came in neutral. Commonwealth has not, I think maybe you meant to say proven. Their case is almost over. And unlike many other states, Massachusetts, the Commonwealth has the burden. The prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was not criminally insane at the time of the murders. And so I think if you look at it that way, with regard to the burden of proof, what have they proven to you to say that Lindsay was totally not having a psychotic break or not having a horrific reaction to this cocktail of medications that she was on? And I feel like Pastor Bruins, yes, has flipped. Melgag 21 has flipped. I feel like this entire trial up till we're on day 13, so 12 days of testimony. I think 2 of them were Hoff days. I feel like this entire trial has been in defense of the doctors, and the doctors aren't on trial here. And not doctors, nurses, medical providers, hospitals. Lindsay's on trial here. So what have every single witness that they paraded up to the stand has said, Lindsay wanted to get off the medications. Lindsay was afraid that she was going to get addicted to Ativan. Lindsay was afraid. Lindsay had intrusive thoughts. She was incessantly messaging me all the time. I kept switching up her meds because she kept complaining. Lindsay was a great mom. They flew in a witness from Texas who worked at that Kingsbury club to say what? That she went to the gym and dropped the kids off at daycare? They called in all the preschool teachers who said the kids were great and she was great. They called in Patrick Clancy's father who said she was beautiful and she had a beautiful dress on. And around Christmas time, I think it was. And that's so many people, their friends came in to testify. And think about this, the couple that they called in, I can't remember their names right now, but they went to college with Patrick at Salve and they were friends and they also lived in Duxbury. Both of them said they came to like a dinner party the day before the killings, right? I think it was the day before. And Lindsay was really quiet. I mean, at what point does postpartum depression become so severe that it can turn into psychosis? Because I'm not an expert and I don't know, and I'm still waiting to hear from the experts. I want to know if postpartum depression goes untreated or treated with the wrong medications for long enough a period of time, say 4 months, will it morph into, in some people, very rarely, psychosis? And we have heard from witnesses who have told us that you can be in psychosis and communicate and make a plan and execute on a plan. But the fact that she got real quiet close in time to the murders, isn't that one of the symptoms of psychosis? It could be mania and talking really fast or really loudly, or it could be somebody gets very quiet. Is it a combination? Is it the medications? Whatever it is, I think that this trial is going to change a lot of things. I hope, because the world is watching. And there are no winners here. There are no winners here. Whether Lindsay goes to a mental hospital for a very long period of time or is sent to prison for life, there are no winners here. 3 children are gone. A family has been ripped apart, and we'll never heal from this. Never. How could you ever heal from this? Your grandchildren are gone. Your children are gone. I just don't know. Allie Marie, I saw this earlier. Says, Melanie, please give a shout out to my sister, Jess in Alabama. Hi, Jess in Alabama. I turned her on into an unofficial juror who will be watching today. Welcome. Kelly, still can't chat. I don't know why, sweetheart. Send me an email with your channel link. I will look at it when the day is over. But I need the link to your channel, not your name, not your email, not your username, your actual link to your channel, because that's the only way I can do it. I subbed Monday and added membership Tuesday. You may have been blocked by YouTube. So send me, again, the link to your channel, and I will take a look. Cal says, motion to call the DA's asses instead, please. I mean, you can do that privately, but we try and keep it a little bit classy in here. I know it's hard to control yourself sometimes, but it gets really hard when there's over 20,000 people in the chat, and if a mod is moderating on their phone, sometimes the wrong people get timed out or blocked. And show some grace. It's hard for everyone. I was not going to cover this trial gavel to gavel. I didn't think I could handle it emotionally. I'm an empath. And yesterday might have broken me. But up until then, I was doing pretty well. Except for the day that Lindsay talked about sleeping with her mom. That was really sad, too. Ditka, can you wish Ava a happy 7th birthday, Ava? I hope Ava's not watching this stream, but you can clip this portion for her later and tell her. Grammy's gotcha. I don't know if the witches are showing up today. This is like a Salem witch trial, but you know, it's there are a lot of people out there in Vinnie Politan's chat and in other dark corners of the internet who don't have an open mind because they've already made up their mind that you kill your kids and that's it and you go away for life. Listen, if you don't know anything about the Ruth Miller case in Ohio, that was a case that was handled very professionally, very quietly, really, for what it was, and very quickly. And it was an Amish mom in Ohio who admitted to drowning her son in an Ohio lake in 2025. They were at a campground or something, and she said that she gave her son to God. And he was 4, and she drowned him in this lake, Atwood Lake. It was horrific. And there was body cam footage of this woman, Ruth Miller, and she was clearly in the throes of a psychotic break. And the defense and the prosecution both had her examined by their own experts, and they submitted papers to the judge. They chose a bench trial, and it was all done on paper. It wasn't a spectacle. And the judge found her not guilty by reason of insanity. And then they had a hearing on her sentencing, and she was sent to a mental hospital. And, it's just a very different way of handling things. They could have done that in this case if the DA chose to do it that way. But he didn't. And we're here, and it's a spectacle. And maybe it's a good thing in a way that it is a spectacle, because maybe it will get people to pay attention. Lumbee Tiffany said, normally I would watch highlights from the day, but honestly I couldn't because it was so emotionally draining that I couldn't. I get it. Protect your peace. That is the most important thing. The Commonwealth should be appalled for what they did to Lindsay Clancy yesterday. A lot of people say, look, it's a murder trial. It's a murder trial. They have to prove the murders because they wouldn't admit to stipulate to the murders, so they have to prove the murders. But did they have to show the jury pictures of the children at autopsy? Could they have maybe described the pictures? Could they have maybe just had the medical examiner testify to what she saw and enter her report into evidence and let them read it in the jury room? Is it necessary to show the pictures? I don't know. Charlie says, how many more Commonwealth witnesses before the jury says enough already? They might be there already. Or it might have worked, against her. There's a lot of people out there in Vinnie Politan's chat who think that Lindsay's emotional breakdown yesterday, which I think happened twice, I lost track, 2 or 3 times, was totally fake and that she was faking it. And that there were no real tears. She was faking it. She just wants to be the center of attention. Right. Havane's mama, I can't read your username. It says, this is how those kids will be remembered. Re-victimized. Mrs. Simmons is here from Scotland. She's 34 and going through treatment for breast cancer and says we help her through the days. This case is heartbreaking. Sending you all the healing vibes, Mrs. Simmons. You got this. I'm glad that we're able to keep you company. Mom of 2 boys says, good morning. Just finished catching up on yesterday's stream. Anger is an understatement. I love Reddington. All I want to do is hug that man. His wife is a nurse. He gets it. And he's got a lot of empathy and a lot of, he really cares about his clients. You can see that. Reefer's mom says, as someone who's contracted Steven Johnson syndrome after using Wellbutrin, having a genetic test of what could be reactive to your child is a great thing. Yep, it is. Steven Johnson syndrome is a rash, I think, right? Betsy gifted 5 memberships because Betsy is amazing. We love Betsy. Thanks, Betsy. XOXO. Julie says, after I finally calmed down last night, the word I came up with to describe yesterday is diabolical. In my opinion, Sprague got off torturing the entire courtroom. Keep your energy and peace, cupcakes. Somebody actually looked into them, and it turns out, remember I was telling you that I thought maybe they were not very experienced, or at least maybe Shannon Buckingham was not that experienced. But so Shannon Buckingham apparently has been with the Plymouth DA's office for 15 years, and Sprague has been with the Plymouth DA's office for 23 years. So it's not a lack of experience. I don't know. The DA is running unopposed, you guys tell me. So I guess he's going to get reelected unless somebody else jumps into the race. Tim Cruz. Aquarius Magic says, I'm curious if One and Bowhead and Co. see how much everyone hates them. I mean, they've got to be reading social media, right? But I don't know. I don't know. They feel very strongly, I guess, that they're doing it the right way. I don't know if Tim Cruz is steering that ship. Apparently, they don't have good insight into themselves. Yeah, you know who else had poor insight? Lindsay Clancy. Poor insight, right? How many times did they say she had poor insight? Thanks, Angel, for your super sticker. Sable Alm, thank you for your super sticker. EST 1990, Mama 9. Number 9. You have 9 kids? She says, didn't Lindsay tell Patrick, congratulations, Mama. Didn't Lindsay tell Patrick in bed one night that she was hearing voices before the murders? I thought I had heard that from Patrick when he was on the stand. I've read so much outside stuff and so much pretrial motions and so many civil lawsuits in this case that I may be conflating things in my head. Does anybody else remember that testimony that Patrick said that Lindsay told him that she was hearing voices in bed before the murders? I know that she did tell him that she had thoughts of harming the children. She also told her mother. Kelly says, GeneSight saved me. It showed the meds I was taking were useless and what worked for me. Not one doctor had ever thought of it. Insurance should pay for it. Thanks, Kelly. Ms. Mel says, if this ends in a hung jury, do you think the DA will re-prosecute? 100%. 100%. They have been known in Massachusetts to try women 4 times. Cara Rintala was tried 4 times. Karen Reed was tried twice. And medicine, injuries, physics, and common sense showed that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe, and they tried her twice. Oh, please. Kathleen remembers that testimony. I think they're too invested in it now, and I think that they would re-prosecute. But I don't know. What if they offered her a plea? What if they offered her a plea and said, okay, you can plead guilty with we'll commit you for 20 years to a mental institution and then we'll reevaluate you. Is that even a possibility? I don't know. Witches Be Gone says Tim Cruz is very tough on crime. I've always voted for him. I think these Shining twins convinced him hard to try this. I don't think that they would have any influence over the district attorney himself. But maybe. Mom Tonoli says, Lindsay saw she was a ticking time bomb, desperately seeking someone to defuse her. K-Red's Public Barbecue says, Lindsay's obsession with addiction to meds was her mania. I think you're right. Wallflower 420, thank you so much for your $50 super sticker. You're amazing. Mush Pup says, come over here to the light and hit the like button. Come into the light. Curious FQ, Lindsay's civil lawsuit filing clearly explains she was having auditory hallucinations in December and January. It's well worth a read. Yes, I did a whole show on it. Is it true that Reddington is representing Jen McCabe? He did represent her, but only pre Karen Reed trial number 1 and only for the issue of her phone extraction. So it was a limited representation. And he doesn't represent her anymore, as far as I know, because she's represented by other attorneys in the defamation case and in the Karen Reed versus everybody case. Smash the like button, everyone, says Boxer's mom. Tech, maybe prosecutors were showing how long it took, thereby showing that she had the chance to snap out of it. That's what it sounded like to me. Not defending them, just different perspective. No, I totally appreciate it. Yes, that's exactly what I think that testimony yesterday was designed to invoke, that it would have taken, she wanted the witness to say it would have taken 4 to 5 minutes for her to cause their deaths, but with the exercise bans, but she didn't say that. One of the medical examiners, she said 30 seconds. They would never regain brain function. I think that was the testimony. I have a lot of notes here that I didn't reread last night because I wanted to protect my peace. No, I didn't see anything about Billy Bush. No, I didn't see that. I can't speak for Billy Bush. She's in Tewksbury Hospital. I don't know if Tewksbury Hospital is specifically a mental hospital, but that's where she's being housed right now. I think that's exact. But really, did the jury and everyone need to hear testimony about the children's eyes? And brains? I mean, we know they died. We know how they died. Could it indicate also that she was in such a psychotic break that the way their lives were taken and the amount of time that it took and the amount of pressure that it took is even further that she was in a psychotic break. Maybe. I'm here.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to counsel over here just for a few minutes?
Does anybody know the clerk's name in this courtroom? Oh, she's so lovely. I don't know her name. My favorite clerk before this trial was Margaret. And I don't know if Margaret is even working in Norfolk Superior Court anymore. But Margaret was amazing. There are two people from the giveaway yesterday that I have not heard from. Amba 3563 and Axel M3110. You are winners. So please email me the information that I told you about yesterday, if you don't mind, so I can get your stuff out to you. Long Beach, New York in the house. Long Beach is here. How's the traffic this summer down there? Long Island in the house. Tewksbury Hospital is a mental hospital. Beautiful grounds, says Maureen. Yeah, also historical. Annie Sullivan lived at Tewksbury for a while. Annie Sullivan was the teacher of Helen Keller. Great question. Lisa says, what if she found out he was having an affair and that was the straw that broke the camel's back? Well, if that's the truth, if that is true, and if they had any evidence of that at all, because remember, they had phone extractions, they had laptops, they had all kinds of devices. I submit to you that they might have found some messages between Patrick and someone else. She might have found out. There would have been messages from Lindsay to her friends about it. I submit to you that if that was the case, that would be the Commonwealth's theory, because isn't that a much better theory than the theory that they have right now? If their theory was Lindsay found out Patrick was having an affair and she decided to kill the kids to punish him and then kill herself, and then pretend to kill herself, that would be a way better theory. A revenge theory would be a way better theory than Lindsay was lazy, didn't want to go back to work, didn't have the life she wanted, and so decided to kill her kids and then pretend to kill herself. That would be a way better theory. And so I submit to you that if there was any evidence of that, they would have it and they would be using it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they weren't looking at him. They had tunnel vision and focused on her, but they had all the devices and all of the extractions from the devices, right? So the evidence would have been there. It's not like me to defend the Massachusetts State Police, but you got to think that she would have told somebody. And I think that the reason why people are out there looking for other theories, like Patrick did it or he was having an affair, is because nobody can wrap their head around the fact that a mother could do this to her 3 beautiful little babies. And so people are out there trying to find another explanation. And I get it. I get it. But I think that's why all of these theories are out there. And Kevin Reddington is an amazing attorney. He would be using it too. If there was any shot in hell, he would be using it. Trust me. And it is hard for people to understand mental issues that you have not experienced. Thank you, EM Bear. And the people who haven't or don't have family members who have should consider themselves very lucky. But there's a lot of people who don't have an open mind at all. They had their minds made up on day one. The crowd at Plymouth Court is wearing pink for support, says M. Sunflower. Proctor got waffled, gifted a membership. Thank you. Criminal justice defined. Thank you. I love you too. Thanks for being here for 8 months. Thank you, Luann, for your $20 super sticker. And Cy Roto, thank you for the 5. Bird Mad Girl says, I spent 4 years desperate for answers. So many different doctors to be dismissed. I gave up and didn't get out of bed. I finally found the right doctor, and it was POTS. Doing this while manic and with 3 small children is horrific. I'm so glad you were able to get a diagnosis. I'm so sorry that it took 4 years. And I think many people are learning a lot more about the mental health system. You know, the fact that they keep pointing out that Lindsay didn't want to be here anymore and didn't care if she was dead and reached out to the suicide hotline, which told her, if you don't have a plan, we can't help you, is terrible. BC, not a lack of experience, but a lack of empathy. It could be too. Thanks for being here for 17 months. You're an OG. Sav Ben says, if anyone needs a palate cleanser, this K-Red thirst traps on TT or where you TikTok or where you need to go. Thanks for your thoughtful coverage. This one's hard. I know. Jackie Kolari, thank you for your 10. I appreciate you guys. They're at sidebar right now. Cyrota says, I've cried that cry, different reason, but that's the cry of wanting to leave Earth. You cannot fake that. My heart breaks. Oh, you're talking about Lindsay crying in court yesterday. Our ball says, genuine question. What evidence do we have that she was psychotic at the time? Not severely depressed, not failed by the system, not unable to understand a mom doing this, but actually psychotic. How long does a psychotic break last? I have a lot of questions for the experts. Does postpartum depression escalate in some people to psychosis if not treated or treated improperly or treated with the wrong medications? And again, it's not up to the defense to prove that she was psychotic at the time. It's up to the Commonwealth to prove that she wasn't. And you're right. We haven't seen that evidence yet, but I'm open to the possibility. I think a lot of people are not open to the possibility, and they don't know what psychosis is. How long does a psychotic break last? Could it last all day? But what I think the evidence that we have seen so far is that she was clearly spiraling downward. And could that escalate into psychosis? I want to hear what the experts have to say. Because all the evidence that I've seen so far leads to someone who was absolutely spiraling. It's documented very, very well. Intrusive thoughts, doesn't want to be here anymore, doesn't care if she's dead, called the suicide hotline twice, tried everything she could to be admitted to an inpatient program. And when she finally did at McLean, it was basically they detoxed her off the Seroquel, and then they weren't really giving her any help or therapy or whatever it was that she thought she needed, and she checked herself out. So I need to hear about psychosis from an expert. Psychosis can't happen within a conversation, says Jess. What do you mean? Within a conversation, like Lindsay was having a conversation with Patrick on the phone? I don't know what you mean. We've heard evidence from the Commonwealth's own witnesses that psychosis, people in psychosis can carry on a conversation, they can make a plan, and they can execute on a plan. It's not, people with a drool cup who are babbling and haven't showered in a week and have dreadlocks because they haven't washed their hair. Oh, it can happen within a conversation. That is what Jess is saying. She just corrected herself. I'm like, but I'm happy to explain it both ways too. You can absolutely be in a conversation and be in a psychotic break at the same time. I want to hear it from the experts, but even her own treating doctors said that. Rosemary Scapiccio is in the courtroom today. I think she's been there for a lot of the trial, right? Actually, I don't really know. Blue Bow Sykes says, there are none so blind as those who will not see, is a famous English proverb about willful ignorance, meaning people who choose to close their minds to the truth cannot be forced to understand it. That's great. That's a great one. There are none so blind as those who will not see. I mean, it reminds me of a Grateful Dead song, as most things do. Comes a time when the blind man takes your hand, says, don't you see? Got to make it somehow. Emily's Life on Wheels. These bowheads make Lally and Hank look like Karen Reed's BFFs beyond. Kevin Reddington's. What? These bowheads make Lally and Hank look like Kevin, KR. There's too many KRs in my life. Karen Reed, Kevin Reddington, BFFs, what beyond. There's only one who wears it, and people have said she hasn't worn it before. But if she's wearing it today, I will announce that she's wearing it, and then we can end that part of the conversation, because otherwise the chat goes off. Nobody's paid attention. They're talking about the bow. Remember, she said, Shannon with one N Buckingham said in her opening, Cora loved bows and unicorns. She loved to wear bows in her hair. I think it's intentional. Mima says, do we know who's taking the stand today? I couldn't watch yesterday. I don't know. My sister's a criminal defense lawyer. Says, I live 20 minutes from Lindsay, suffered severe postpartum depression, under treatment of Dr. Tufts in 2023. I could have been her. I also have 3 kids. I also know Reddington as he represented a close friend. This could have been me. Oh, girl. Did Dr. Tufts help you? Thank you for sharing, for your super chat. Speaking the same language. Thanks for your super sticker. I think they're back. The charges are 3 counts of first-degree murder. They dropped strangulation charges. We went over the jury instructions before, but we can do it again. Thank you. Let the evidence speak. People on the internet were also pointing out that Lindsay dyed her hair a darker color because she's so vain and narcissistic. I can't speak to that because I don't know what color her hair was before she was arrested. We have pictures of them, but we don't really know when the pictures were taken. Hospice nurse. Oh, you guys are the angels on earth. Thank you for your 50. I read some interesting case studies last night on PPP. Those cases seem to present much differently than other forms of psychosis. Yes, because there's so many hormones that from breastfeeding and being postpartum. So many questions for the experts. Love you, Mel. Hope you're protecting your inner peace when off camera. Yeah, I try. I try. Thank you so much. Hospice nurses are angels on earth. Asher says, to watch JS add to the list of people failing Lindsay is disgusting. May Reddington forever be remembered as the one who answered her cries. Hashtag help before a plan. JS, I think you're meaning Jennifer Sprague. I agree. Kate Williams says, I think we should all reserve final judgment until we hear from the experts. They will hopefully answer all our questions. I'm leaning towards her not being guilty by reason of insanity. I think a lot of people have also trouble with the words. What if it was guilty, but guilty, but insane, or guilty, but not criminally responsible? Maybe people it would be an easier pill to swallow. Right? I don't know. Just spitballing with you. There's Dr. Zeisel with the white hair sitting against the wall next to Lindsay's parents. I don't see the priest in there today. Did they even call a witness to the stand? Because, maybe K-Shred had to go. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's talking to Rosemary Scapicchio. There's our girl, Rosemary Scapicchio. We used to call it Scapicchio's barbecue when Lally was on the stand. Those were fun times.
Court, all rise. Jurors in. Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
The court officer's name is Dave.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right. And a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate we're going to hear a number of witnesses today, and we may break early. All right. And then because of some of these issues, we're not going to be sitting tomorrow. All right. So you don't have to come in. You can come in if you want, but we're not going to be sitting on this case. So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax as best you can. And then we'll come in on Monday at 9 o'clock and then expect kind of most of those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can so that we confirm that today. So probably an earlier date today, and we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Kyle PAVAO.
We will break early today and no court tomorrow. I think everyone could use a day off. So that's good news.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I apologize. Can we just?
Sure,
real
yeah.
quick?
Okay, another sidebar. Donna, thank you for your super sticker. On top, thank you for your super sticker. The Danny May says, thanks for covering this. It's a way to honor not only the Clancy children, but also Lindsay through watching. I donated to the Herd Foundation, Pat's Foundation, last night in honor of the kids and Lindsay. Mental health matters. Yeah. We did a whole segment on his foundation the other day and talked about it. Thank you. Call Me Ken says, SSRIs are not for everyone, but they give them out like candy. Pez. It's Pez. So the witness we saw walk in was not the witness.
Sound like it was right in the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not contradict the Commonwealth and the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Just that, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. That's great, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle PAVAO, Kyle, last name PAVAO,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the CyberCrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Magnet certified digital video examiner.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is it's a company that has proprietary software that parses through data. Most people know it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrate and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months, practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit for bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro.
Yes. So the image in this case is a bit for bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That's correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me just stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approach that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit, and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's the, so a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet, and each Excel page is a section of the database. So the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event.
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
What's a hyperlink?
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
Like Haas Long to Dying Cold?
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet, web pages all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later, it started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximate. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case,
Wayback is like an archive. You can go back and look at how a page looked on a different day in the past. Many people think you delete something on the internet, you delete it forever. That is not true. The Wayback Machine enables a person to go back to a certain period of time to show you how a page looked. We did this live on the air. Patrick testified that he was looking up Tom Hall and his death. And when we went down in the Wayback Machine or an archive Wikipedia page that he said he looked it up in, because Kevin Reddington was already onto this. And he said, did you Google Tom Hall? He was a singer. Oh yeah, I might have, because I was looking up that he died. And then in the paragraph of death, back on the day, August 23rd of 2022, there's a hyperlink that says he died by gunshot, and you could hyperlink on died by gunshot. And if you wanted more information about that, or what you thought was going to be more information on that, you would click on that link and up came suicide methods. We did it live on the air. I don't know if it somehow got to her and she now had him go back and look at it again, because their original theory was that she was searching for suicide methods on August 23rd of 2022, which, by the way, also goes to the fact of how desperate she was. That was before she ever saw a medical provider. So either way, it's not a great fact for the Commonwealth, but let's see if they made him go back and look at that since the trial's been going on.
And looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back?
Yeah, so go ahead.
So I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022?
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lin.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969?
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you, with permission?
Is your memory exhausted? That's what they say in Massachusetts. Yeah, my memory is exhausted. My body is exhausted.
That was at 9:42.
We're all exhausted.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Music.
Spotify music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
He hasn't said when he did this, by the way. Notice they're leaving out that convenient fact.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
The judge is Googling it right now. Tom T. Hall, is that him? What's the name of the song?
Maybe.
How I Got to Memphis? I can't believe it either. Be in trouble. I can't believe they're going here either.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What does that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a # followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the web page?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked now as 232.
Oh, they're going to show it.
This portion here.
Exactly what I
under
did
death,
live
where
on the air.
Self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that, that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Would you actually have to click on that link?
No, you'd have to click on that phrase with the link
So
behind
now
it.
they're proving that they were wrong
So,
initially.
Based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
They're just proving that his initial analysis was wrong. Their theory has been that Lindsay Googled suicide methods in August of 2022. This is August 23 of 2022. Because I guess his first report, that's what they've been going with all along. Reddington was crossed Patrick on this. We went to the Wayback Machine live on the air. We proved this. And now she must have had him go back and look at it since then, while the trial's been going on. And now he's correcting his testimony. Again, do you see how you have been gaslit? Many people have been gaslit. But if she was searching suicide methods in August of 2022, doesn't that prove that she was looking for a plan?
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Really?
Want to
'Cause-
look at your report?
Well, we know that Celebrite's not accurate. Did they say Celebrite did the extraction here?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that
Correct.
And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Hold on, I want to get the time again.
2023.
I did.
What it would look like on August
9:45.
23rd, 2023.
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
We can have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Emily C says she didn't log into her Facebook like they tried to gaslight Patrick. Her Facebook is their Spotify login.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
A famous bridge where many people do commit suicide. Are the timestamps
Showing you
accurate?
Page
I thought Celebrate removed the timestamps.
of Exhibit 233.
They have even Ian Whiffen on their Commonwealth Witlist list. I'm going to call it now, the
In
Witlist
this
list.
Jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge,
Here's the
Correct.
bridge.
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on here.
Yes.
Jumping from a dangerous location, such as from a high bridge, balcony, or roof, or from a cliff, dam, or bridge, is an often used suicide method in some countries. Fantastic. That's what she's showing us. Non-fatal attempts in these situations can have severe consequences, including paralysis, organ damage, and broken bones.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on
Patrick
that
said he
hyperlink
did
to
it.
access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
Cross should be fiery.
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
Why?
This is the-
Patrick said that he was the one who looked up Tom T. Hall.
Yes.
We can have this marked as Exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
Oh, did he say this is not Celebrate? Is it Magnet?
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That was useless.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right?
I mean, this could be my favorite moment of the day. Hold on, because he deserves all the rewinds for this. That's it. That's exactly what we were saying. That's it. You're not able to tell who's actually searching it. Patrick already testified that he did. And again, this is another example of not being a skilled enough trial attorney that you can't deviate from your plan. You had this guy on your list. You had him do some work for you. And so now you got to call him to the stand. No, you shouldn't have called him to the stand at all, because Patrick already said that he did this. And now you're just going to embarrass this man further. Okay? Listen to the K shred. That's it.
That's correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the State Police Detective Unit.
Joshua McElligott, he was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but
Well,
that
yeah,
you could
believe me,
search.
it did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the
Okay.
search warrant.
Okay.
Really? You didn't review the search warrant before you came in to testify today? Why was it not until October of 2025 that they were searching Patrick's computer? This is Patrick's laptop. You don't remember the search terms? Whip out the search warrant, K-Shred. Let's do this. And listen to what he said about drugs. Suicide might have been a search term. This could backfire big time. It's like my cousin Vinny over here. He's on preheat mode right now. Almost time for the barbecue, says Julianne. Here we go.
To help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but
Well,
that
yeah,
you could
believe me,
search.
it did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the
Okay.
search warrant.
Believe me, it did.
So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and other, you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean,
The search was at 9:40 in the morning. Can you
documents in
rephrase
front
that?
of you? Do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is. And I
It was Magnet.
I get.
I don't know what it is. This is how you turn their witness into your witness. He does this masterfully. He does it masterfully. He's got the witness laughing right now. I don't know what it is. I guess they used Magnet.
That you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is. And I I get.
He's showing it to him.
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's in the inbox.
Everybody find a microphone, please.
Which, we're talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up
Sorry.
or make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
K-Shred is holding a big magnifying glass.
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay.
Login
So
for Spotify.
that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to at the next thing.
Look at the magnifying glass. So this is so perfect.
This does not have, this here does not have. Facebook, does it?
All right. How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook visit?
This one does, yes, correct.
Okay.
Both of us.
Yeah, both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these what are these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in. And then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And whose
Inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right?
Oh,
You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice. That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McKelligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay. Do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever and the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song, yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went and went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided. I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically, what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd, at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that
Well, that's interesting. Also, the narrative that has been pushed by the Commonwealth is that Lindsay Clancy searched ways to kill. She has never searched ways to kill. That was not in the extraction. This was Patrick's laptop. He's the one who signed in, and he's the one, his email was in there, and he's the one who went on Lindsay's Facebook page. Emily C said that that was the Spotify login. I didn't even know you could log into Spotify through Facebook. That's news to me. But this is the narrative they've been pushing, that she searched ways to kill. And it was suicide methods, as we learned from the hyperlink in the Wayback Machine after this trial already started. I want him to ask him when he did this recent work.
was not included in your Lindsay Clancy's. There too, your report indicating the Facebook account that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy.
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I did not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
Wow.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide.
That is
right?
correct.
Led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
Lindsay was at the doctor's office.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
May know,
I had to
may
look
not.
that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus Zola. It says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? Was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, you know,
None of this was in his report. These are December 5th of 2022 searches, all about detox programs, bipolar disorder. I'm going to rewind that because whoever's taking notes is going to want to write this down. And by January 18th, she's searching K therapy for benzo withdrawal. None of this is in his report. Again, another lie, another untruth, another way that the prosecution has been shown to be misleading the jury. They're going to get pissed. I'm telling you, if they're not pissed already, they're going to be pissed now. So listen to this. December 5th of 2022, all the searches that were made on this computer. And these may have been made by Patrick. Remember, this is Patrick's computer. Patrick may have been researching too. And of course, they intentionally didn't give him those searches. Listen.
From the Surface Pro, right? And your October report contains searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
May know,
I had to
may
look
not.
that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus Zola. It says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? Was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, you know, maybe not personally, but you know Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with
You know Steve
computers and
Verino?
laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and you know Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information.
Wait, is he in the courtroom? Did he just say he's sitting over there? Steve Verino is often chosen for taint teams. I think he was on the taint team in Karen Reed's case, maybe also in Turtle Boy's case. And that's the man who came into the courtroom that I thought was the witness earlier. Hold on, let's see that again. You know Steve Verino, right?
Yes.
Now, you have a gentleman who does, you're not personally, but you know Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and you know Steve, you recognize him right here,
He's
right?
there.
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
Wow.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26th report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile.
Was a web visit.
Right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
Wow.
And it was a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
Okay.
maybe, I don't know.
You're supposed to be the computer forensics expert. This needs to be a movie. I agree, Janet. And we thought,
That's
Hey,
all I
Shred.
had for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right.
wow.
Come up.
I would ask if I could, Judge, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence?
Her hands are shaking.
I
The
think he-
papers are shaking.
Agreed that that was part of the
Is it me
search.
or her? Are the papers shaking? Another one bites the dust. Another witness bites the dust.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, man. Wow, that was an obliteration right before our very eyes. Lindsay Clancy was at the doctor's office with Dawson at the time that those searches were made in August.
Records from, Your Honor, I would offer, if I could, the medical records from the pediatrics associates that,
They're already in evidence.
well, I'd like to have it focused on that. You don't mind if we put that
Say,
particular.
What we mark that for identification, we can address whether or not, I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either. Oh, I understand. We'll
Your
mark that
case is
for
blowing up
identification.
right before your very eyes, ma'am. You've lied to the
Thank you.
jury more times than I can even count in my head right now.
It's 235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
Why is my chat frozen? Anybody else? Oh.
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Duxbury,
Ma'am.
47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctors.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No,
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
no, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
She's doing calisthenics over there. She's stretching so much.
So, what has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health pertinent to the child. You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware
I'm
of
not
that?
aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the.
So you don't? The answer is no?
I do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive. And that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
What time was the appointment?
Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit down.
No. No. Did you listen to her? She's totally defeated. Maybe she's going to cry.
Commonwealth calls Timothy Chiappini.
Ma'am, just wave the white flag. Just say, like, I quit. Can you just quit? Listen to the way she says no.
Commonwealth
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit
No.
down. Thank you.
No. Well done, sir. Well done. Another witness that you have turned into your own. I mean, it doesn't get better than this as far as like trial lawyering goes and succinct yet incredibly effective cross-examination. There goes Rosemary Scapicchio. She's like, see ya. That's what I came to see. This part of the show is over, folks.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chiappini. Last name is spelled CHIA, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, INI.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the Academy in March of 2012.
What is your current
Proctor?
assignment?
I am currently
Do you know Michael Proctor? Are you in his text messages? Are you on any group threads? Are you in Michael Proctor's phone, sir? Remember his name, Timothy Chiappini.
the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Cellbrite physical operator and a Cellbrite certified operator, Cellbrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I have been trained in gray key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Cellbrite, can you describe that software for us?
Cellbrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Cellbrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you as a user can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a
Okay, he's giving me Ian Ziering vibes from 90210. Anyone? Oh my gosh, Cupcake X, you just said the same exact thing. That's exactly what it reminds me of. Exactly. Cannot see it.
Calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion you mentioned you do Cellbrite extraction and Cellbrite analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Cellbrite Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Cellbrite software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters. And every time the extraction is open in the Cellbrite software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed and the extraction will no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Cellbrite Physical Analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native messaging application on the device known as iMessage. So it parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does it create a report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that extraction of a phone, do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available to me by the forensic tool that I'm using at the time.
So do forensic tools improve over time to allow examiners to get more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms. Clancy's phone was what the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
Interesting. When was Cellbrite changed, according to Ian Whiffen? Somebody must know the real answer to that question. Remember, Ian Whiffen is also on the Commonwealth witness list.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the...
Oh, I see some exhibits on the big screen, or the overhead projector, as it were.
Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2020?
I'm going to rewind to that so somebody who has eagle eyes can screenshot the...
Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms.
In case anybody wants to screenshot that and has a really good magnifying glass.
Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can we zoom in on that, please?
Why would you only want from November 22 to December 22?
Seen here.
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description and the source file for the data, this is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Cellbrite has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there at number 1, where it says activity sensitive data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It is, it's UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, excuse me, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Cellbrite. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Cellbrite parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, Health DB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
He's a good witness. I like the way he
Takes a second to
explains.
populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's
I like the way that he explains things. Yeah, this is what do you say, 768 pages?
of the spelling.
There we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that that word is located?
Correct. The application, Microsoft Edge, has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section.
In case anybody wants to screenshot that.
Of the
Report showing us.
a singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 2022, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please.
She wasn't sleeping, so she didn't think she could go back to work to take care of patients in the labor and delivery unit of Massachusetts General Hospital with no sleep. So she wanted to request more medical leave.
What we're seeing here in this report from December 26, 2022 to January 24th, 2023, is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document. Can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say,
Can you treat a sociopath? Can you treat a sociopath? January 20th, 2023. Take that back again because you can't really hear her. So I might do it. Should I boost her for you? Hold on.
can you treat a sociopath? You see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Cellbrite Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Cellbrite has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. Does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways?
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would it be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, where we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
But I thought they don't use timestamps anymore with Cellbrite. I thought the timestamps were aborted after Jennifer McCabe searched at House Long to Diacola at 227. That's what Ian Whitman said. They don't even have timestamps anymore because they're not accurate. It comes up twice, but it's not really two searches. They twist the evidence however they want to do it. We've seen the Commonwealth before. This is not our first rodeo. Kathy, your realtor in New Jersey, thank you so much for your very generous 50 and your very nice compliment. I appreciate you so much. What's that you say? I thought it reverts back to the first time that browser tab was ever opened.
That time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
It's up to the analyst. Private Info gifted 20 memberships. Also amazing. Mr. Crowley gifted 5 memberships. You guys are amazing. Welcome, new members.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, this separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And
Oh, look at that. October 24th, 2022. She's got affirmations on her phone. I am strong. I am brave. I will get through this. I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression. I am a great mom. I love my kids. I love my family. I love my life. I am happy. I take care of myself. Wow. How does this help you? She's got affirmations on her phone. It says journal too. And then it says gratitude, my mom for being there for me no matter what and coming to help at the drop of a hat. My husband for picking up the slack when I've been feeling so down. My husband for taking the big kids out to do things when I feel like I can't. Oh my God, all the Patrick haters out there are like, he went skiing with his daughter and he took another kid somewhere else. She's grateful for that. Gratitude, my husband for taking the big kids out to do things when I felt like I can't. The knowledge of how I can turn things around naturally. Is she going to read these things?
There's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to...
Hold, please. Whoever wants to screenshot that, they're going to have him read this into the record. This is November 3rd of 2022, and it's a note in Lindsay's phone. Thank you, Babe's mom, for your super sticker.
Sad and depressed because I am not able...
This portion of the note, I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty. This portion of the note, I would read. Thank you. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
Do you think that
If you could continue.
helps them? Anyone?
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up. And then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up. And that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today.
Anybody ever have 3 kids under 5? Don't you always feel guilt when you can't spend enough time individually with each of them? I think he did a really good job reading those text messages. I liked his tone, and I think his tone was very sympathetic. And if the MSP thing doesn't work out for him, if he's in Proctor's phone or extraction or something, perhaps he's got a career in traumatic readings. I just want to point out that anybody who's in the chat who blocks a mod, it's an automatic ban to block Island. So guide your actions accordingly.
Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note
It was modified the day before the murders. Wait, or the day of the murders. Wait, hold on.
January 23rd, 22nd, 20.
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And
The day before
this
the
note
murders.
Here, again, you don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
If we could go to the next one.
For screenshot purposes. If we could go to the next one. There you go.
Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
Wait, what? Screenshot this. The metadata you say? You have metadata?
How so?
Multiple modification. The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated when the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on.
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
Yeah, maybe
So
she was adjusting the lighting in the photo or editing the photo. So what? So what? Remember when we were told that metadata didn't matter? Yeah, but here it really matters a lot.
For the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Is she trying to insinuate that the night before she killed them, she was modifying photos to be used at their memorial service or in their obituaries? So that therefore she was planning it the night before? Do you think that's what they're getting at here? People in the chat modify their pictures all the time. She beats around the bush a lot, but is she going to get to the point ever? Those live photos take up a bunch more space, right?
Okay, if we could go to the next, please.
Do those photos have any bruises on the children's legs?
Report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4:00 p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
It's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
Okay, they're alleging the murders occurred sometime between 5:15 p.m. and 6 p.m. on the 24th. So this is important. Why wouldn't they do an extraction of the entire day on the 24th? Or put it in the report?
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Why just 4 to 8?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35.
4:30 to 4:35. They really have nothing here. They're grasping at straws. I like to call them wet paper straws because I hate paper straws. You know how a paper straw in your drink will disintegrate within 30 seconds? They're grasping at wet paper straws.
Tool will search Miralax.
She searched Miralax. Okay, cool. Cool.
Using the tool will search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category, second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrite software has parsed it in multiple locations.
But I thought the timestamps on Celebrite are not accurate. And it reverts back to the last time you ever opened that tab.
If you could start screening. In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I'm sorry, there's a glare.
She says in her civil lawsuit, she searched to see how long it would take him so that she would know how long she would have to be alone. Sunshine Love says a search for Miralax proves she had a psychotic break.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m.
Thank you, Susie Q.
And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
Stop sniffling into the microphone. People with misophonia are going to really be
And
mad.
so if we can go to 4:47 PM.
She's jumping around in time. Maybe she was trying to find.
And here at 4:47 PM, again, we're seeing the search for Kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please. To the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 PM, please? And then there's a message, it says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3B? I didn't cook anything, it's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you can scroll down to the next message, is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up.
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 PM, is that from Lindsay to Patrick, stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu search.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct?
And then number 98, is that another search for Pedialyte?
Correct.
Excuse me. Now, both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen, that there are two searches for two different things at the same time?
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3D menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialyte.
Yeah, how does that work?
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
It wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106, and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 506:47, the menu at 3V restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 506:48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 506:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to it. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950 and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source.
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialax?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialex liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then
Or it's a butt dial if you're in Massachusetts. An unanswered call will be a butt dial. Why is that not a consideration here?
going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes,
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes,
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
it's an inference, yes.
What time is that one?
Correct. Incoming call 152. The last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here.
What time is that?
indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
What time was that? Thank you, Susie Q,
I
for
could have these reports that I just went over submitted
Super
on this
sticker.
disc as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
236. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself and Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the web, through the application of calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
she had her mother in her phone
I have
as
nothing
mom.
further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Report, please.
We might be able to scooch right through the break because we're a little bit behind. Camera on Lindsay.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
And they're still not back, but they're on their morning break. So there's lots of questions, lots of comments. Let's get to it. Butterduck, thank you for your very generous 50. She says, after my third child, I was so depressed and I had awful thoughts, but my dad was a doctor, so I was afraid to say anything. I'm so sorry that that happened to you. Mom of Claus, thank you so much for your super sticker. Rock Chick wanted to know, will Lindsay be deposed and testify in the civil trial if it does not settle out of court? Yes. Yes, she will. That Bosnian chick says, where's the Reddington's magnifying glass? I need help finding the point. Crafty Christine needs to see a spreadsheet of all the meds. Kevin Reddington has it as a big exhibit. I'm sure we're going to see it up close and personal later on in the trial. Mama Zone said it felt like the ME describing Cora and Dawson's condition upon autopsy was relishing her description as much as the prosecutor. It was disgusting. Thank you for your thoughts. Attorney Wannabe says Tewksbury Hospital is a half a mile from me. Very creepy. Only open for addiction treatment and psych. Grounds are said to be haunted. Friend is a nurse there. That's very interesting. Cupcake Eating Law Nerd, says from Lake Tahoe, trekking up Mount Blanc, listening to your stream, horrific case I wasn't interested in, channeling my rage regarding all this sadness and injustice to scale this altitude and heat in Switzerland. Jen said, I had a break in reality. I really thought people wanted to hurt me. Now, years later, it's still foggy what happened. Thank God I got help inpatient for a month. Thank God. Love always, Elizabeth said, this case is literally just Patrick's word. Paramedics said she wasn't talking, but Pat said otherwise, no DNA on those bands. I have to go back and watch the DNA testimony again. I think that was the time when I had to go downstairs because I had somebody at the front door and I was having work done, and I think I missed it. But other people saying that, why wasn't her DNA on the bands? Did they stipulate that her DNA was on the bands? I really have to go back and watch that testimony again, and so I don't want to mischaracterize it. But that is what people are pointing to who think that Patrick, in fact, did this. Sensationally social with Beth said, my daughter miscarried at 9 weeks after losing grandma that same week, sent her to her OBGYN for help, and she seems to be a little better. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Beth. Butterduck, we covered that. Beth says, bipolar here, not necessarily an expert, can say from firsthand experience a number of factors during a depressive or manic episode, such as lack of sleep or frequent medication changes, can very much trigger psychosis. Thank you. Thank you. Every person is different. And so I'll be interested to see what the experts say with regard to that. Kimberly said, I saw my dad go through a psychotic break. It was very fast and strange. Karen said, by the way, I looked into it in Massachusetts, like many other states, offers free counseling to jurors following traumatic cases. Thank God. Praise be. Julianne says, thanks for covering this trial. Just sad. Tears every day. I watched the entire Karen Reed trial live on Court TV, and I found you through the lawyer you know. New fan here. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Susie Q, bunch of super chats from Australia, says, I hope I have finally reached you all. I've watched you for so long. Feel so much love here, compassion and kindness. Sending my love to Lindsay. Been there. It's not your fault, sweetheart. It's so interesting to hear from so many of you who have gone through and came out the other side of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression. Shay said, I grew up listening to Tom T. Hall on 8-track in my dad's car. I still have his CD today in my car of his children's songs CD. My children grew up listening to him and loved his songs. Couldn't Lindsay have been looking up his music? I think they've shown that it was Patrick because he admitted to it on the stand, and it was his laptop. Samantha thinks the prosecution wasted our time this morning. I thought it was very, very important because I thought that Kevin Reddington shredded their theory. And I can't wait to see what he does with this witness who's on the stand right now about these text messages and Google searches and mapping the way to 3V. Steve Moore says, he reminds me of my old man with that magnifying glass. Everyone remember to hit the like button, please. It helps the stream reach the masses, helps the algorithm, and so more people will see the coverage of this very important case. Samantha says, pulls out magnifying glass. Sorry, trying to find the prosecution's theory of the case. Very funny. Serenity, Sarah, I got here late. Excuse me if you already discussed. I love your beautiful blouse. Where'd you get it? It's a dress, actually. And it's by Natalie Martin, who is a designer in California. She has a website, Natalie Martin. Thank you. Thank you very much. Susie Q again. This is so heartbreaking. How do I become a part of this amazing group of loving, kind people? Love from Australia. Thank you. You're here. There's a 72-hour hold on the chat because of all the crazy trolling that goes on here. If you'd like to become a member, there's a way to do that too. The link is in the show notes below the video. And she says, again, trying to become part of this amazing group. Thank you very much. Like a fine wine. Always. Seinfeld references always welcome. He's an importer, exporter. I love you too. Thank you very much. Susie Q again. Sorry, tried to become a member, not allowing me. Have purchased a few times, no success. You have to sometimes check your credit card. I don't know. I don't know, babe. Thank you. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you so much. And the world is watching all the way from Australia. Huckleberry. Thank you. CVS was near 3V. So, I mean, they're trying to show that she tried to send him to a restaurant they'd never been before for takeout and send him to a faraway CVS, but she had to make sure they had the thing in stock, right? I don't know. And that's why it was a plan. But if she had a plan, I mean, she really didn't have a lot of time to execute on this plan. She would have, I submit to you, if she wanted to plan it, she would have planned it better. Carol Woodsong, thank you so very much for your 10. Awareness of the current state of mental health care will hopefully bring about positive changes. Yeah, I hope so. Laura, hi, Laura. Lindsay fell through every possible crack, got repeated bad directions and was misinterpreted by all. We need to add a code, Clancy, to our word of alerts. May the Clancys find peace and forgiveness. Thank you. I think the Clancys are all on her side. I don't know if I could forgive something like this if these were my grandkids. Miriam, stupid question. If she's searching for suicide, that proves she's suicidal and looking for ways. Right. Maybe she was trying to get a plan. How is this helping them? I don't know. They said at one point, I don't remember if it was during this trial, that she was searching ways to kill. Ways to kill. That was the media spin. And we now know it was methods of suicide, which was hyperlinked from Tom T. Hall's Wikipedia page. Mommy of 5, Gigi of 12 is here. She gifted 5 memberships. She's the Gigi that we all know and love. Catherine says it's tragic and criminal how Big Pharma incentivizes doctors to keep prescribing these meds to make patients dependent on them. Also chemo, they keep pushing it on my 18-year-old because they make so much money. It is so very sad. I don't know anything about the comp plan. Thank you so much for your thoughts. No go, tried iPhone and iPad. It's now 1 a.m. in Australia, so I'll try again on life again. Thank you, Susie Q, for not giving up. You ain't got no quit. Beth became a member. Welcome. Miss Sprague is shooketh by K-Shred. Says backpacks, bows, lies, oh my. Jennifer Preston gifted 5 memberships because she's amazing. Christine Mitchell, thanks. I've been watching along. Thanks, Christine, from watching from across the pond. Ms. Jake, can we talk about the pressure women face to be the perfect wife and mother 24/7? It's not possible, but society and social media makes it seem like the norm. Lindsay suffered from this too, it looks like. Charlie said PPPD, PPP, chronic pain, etc. It's real to the person, but explaining it to doctors, specialists is next to impossible. Nikta Dicka says my first and second babies were breastfed until 9 months. My last breastfed until 4.5 years old. I feel so guilty. I couldn't do that with my others. These prosecutors are out of touch. Carrie said I had 3 kids under 2 years old, twins, and gave birth at South Shore Hospital. It's not easy. Women need more support. K-Rad is the best. Carmen Brown says a bit behind, but his appointment was at 10:15 with a 10 a.m. check-in time. Time of arrival, Dawson was an active child, and I'm sure it took time for her to get him ready. Right, and get him in the car. Remember the Facebook post that she wrote when he was a little bit younger saying everything is really hard. Even just getting him in the car takes forever. Remember? I do. She did not use the computer at that time on 8/23/22. And really, like, who shares a laptop? Doesn't everyone have, I don't know, do you share a laptop with your spouse or do you each have your own devices? Gigi, thank you so much for your 100. Says, I'm so proud of you for covering this. I assure you in Texas, if you call the hotline, you will have 10 cop cars and 10 ambulances at your door in 10 minutes. Praying for Lindsay and the entire family. I'm happily waiting the 72 hours to chat. Oh, did you have to make another account, Gigi? I hope your shoulder's doing well. Christine has no time for these prosecutors. Treya says, I know we have no need for an accident reconstruction, but I'd still love to see Crash Daddy from the Karen retrial on the stand. Caroline says, new Commonwealth theory, Pat returns to save her and the kids. I don't know. Kristen says, dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far away from these ADAs. Kathleen says, I wonder if panic or worry about being alone too long would trigger the psychosis. That's an interesting point. We're still waiting. They're coming back from the morning break. We were told that it's going to be a short day today. So I don't know if they're going to take lunch or if they're going to power through lunch. I'm not sure. And then there's no court tomorrow. Carol, thank you for your Venmo. Been here with you since Karen Reed. Fangirl here. Oh, that's sweet. Alberta says, thanks for your compassion and empathy during this incredibly important case regarding PPP and PPD. There needs to be serious examination into hormone depletion along with medications to treat the imbalance, in my opinion. Johnny D, thank you for your Cash App. This was from yesterday, actually. I forgot to thank you publicly. See Dr. Resnick YouTube about taking your own life and malpractice. I couldn't, you sent me that message, but I couldn't find that on the tubes of you. Massachusetts makes excellent movie scripts, says Catherine Smith. B. May says, I assert that if she wanted to make sure she had enough time, she would have sent him to a CVS that didn't have Miralax or Pedialyte first. Well done. I like the way you're thinking. T with Mama T said, it's the thought of having to figure out what she wanted to eat that broke the camel's back. LOL. New York Mom, when prosecuting a case, do lawyers typically change course if they see the jury's asleep or irritated or annoyed? Yes, we've seen that in some other trials before where defendants have chosen not to put on a case because they wanted to get out of there faster. They have shifted theories. Even prosecutors will, cut down on witnesses because they just don't want to lose the jury. We have seen it. Great question. Sandra says, so the photo questions were to maybe insinuate that Lindsay cropped the kids out, but there's no proof. Way to go, Commonwealth. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Oh my goodness. Fire pilot's wife gifting 50 memberships? What? Thank you so much. This was just moments ago. And to the 50 new members that were gifted, welcome. You're amazingly generous. That's incredibly generous. Thank you so much. $50 memberships, 50 new members. Yeah, did she edit the lighting? Do you ever hit your photos and then hit the automatic button to make them automatically look better with lighting and contrast and make them less blurry and everything else? Anybody do that? Is it just me? If you get live photos, which I know to do, because then you can pick the one frame that you like the best. My kids taught me how to do this on Instagram. I mean, for their Instagram pictures, like pushing the button 400 times. Does that mean, what does it mean? What are they trying to say? I don't know. It was the day before the murders. I don't know what they're trying to say exactly. El Camino. So are her mental issues under control now? Have they figured out her meds now? I don't know. Once you have a psychotic break, are you more likely to get it again? I don't know. After a certain period of time, do your hormones settle down postpartum and then you're less likely for it to recur? Is a person who has pre-existing depression or has had episodes of severe depression in the past more likely to get postpartum depression or psychosis after a pregnancy? Are they more predisposed to it? I have a lot of questions that only the experts can answer, and I hope they ask them. Jacqueline says, I'd like to thank my husband for currently picking up the slack. Agoraphobia for 1 year, trying new meds and scared. Couldn't manage without him. Thank you. Jacqueline's husband, you're amazing. All right, the camera's shaking. JCL Hudson says, there's a lot of bad pharma, but my psych saved my life by prescribing meds. Yeah, true. There's a lot of bad pharma, and for some people, it will not agree with them. And for other people, it's life-saving. Absolutely. Thank you for reminding us of that. We are the lucky ones. Let's cut to the chase, ADA. Let it rest. Thank you. We got to, everyone, please hit the like button. It really helps the algorithm. It just takes a second out of your time. It's kind of like wiping your feet on the mat when you come into somebody's house. It is the nice thing to do. It's free. And I promise nobody will get your DNA. And even if they did, the MSP wouldn't know what to do with it. My dog loves blueberries. Thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Scooter says, remember Alan Jackson was told you can't have a conversation in 22 seconds. So how does that work for 14 seconds? My dog loves blueberries says, you're right, Melanie. I could gift memberships for my laptop. Thanks for your continued great coverage. Thank you. I don't know. It's a weird iPhone thing. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet, for your DoorDash money. Allison says, whole case against Lindsay is built on flimsy inferences, not based on circumstantial evidence. Conviction via 1,000 flimsy insinuations. Your take on pyramiding inferences or stacking speculation? When you ain't got nothing and this is all you got, this is all you have. And so you try to make something out of nothing, in my opinion. But I think a lot of this stuff could be interpreted both ways. And a lot of this stuff, as you could see from the first witness who testified today about the methods of suicide hyperlink that they had him only investigate on July 26th. They were wrong initially when they told everyone that she was searching ways to kill. And that is what the trolls are going with. And that's what a lot of the media went with. And a lot of commentators who didn't know anything about the case. But she searched ways to kill. No. It was Patrick on his own laptop who hyperlinked something involving Tom T. Hall, the singer. And look, Gammy met Tom T. Hall in the mid-90s at his home in Nashville. You went to his house? Natalina Lima says, I don't know who's worse to listen to, her or Lally. Oh, the camera's shaking. Hashtag nothing burger, says Ping. Can the state just go rest now? Catherine Smith, it's funny, there's a Proctor's Landing in Plymouth. I know, that's where they hung the witches in 1692. I did a whole show on the Salem witch trials. And Proctor's Ledge is the real place where the hangings took place. Coming back.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yeah, thank you.
Heading into cross of the cell phone forensic expert. Well, oh, look, he's talking to Steve Verino. Oh, look, that's Steve Verino, his forensic cell expert. Oh, look, a little powwow. I love that. I love to see that. Experts are typically allowed to sit in during testimony. And so if your expert is there, your expert can help you point out the flaws in the analysis, give you questions. Not everybody can be an expert in everything. And so that is interesting to see.
All right. Jurors in.
Welcome to K Shred's Barbecue. Charcoal only.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, PAVAO, is that his name?
PAVAO, sir.
PAVAO. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
It's the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
Okay.
browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, texts, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper now Sergeant PAVAO, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Like Roger
Yes,
Rabbit.
Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237. And that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report
Okay.
that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay.
Supplemental because you missed stuff the first time. Thank you, Friend of Dog, for gifting 10. You're amazing.
And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
It says Celebrate. That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's
a little box.
Brightness instead of visual.
Yeah, I know that. See the little box? Oh, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022 at midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry
She
on
did.
her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
Subject is 10 a.m. Callan, Kingston, vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just whatever the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 9:45 Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay.
Meaning if she had to be at the pediatrician at 9:45 a.m. on August 23rd, that wasn't Lindsay who made those searches on the laptop at around the same time about suicide methods and Tom Hall, etc. The appointment time was 9:45.
Now, looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training with Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extraction is using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date, the time, and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
Reference is a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
It's Patrick's.
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ian Ziering, please speak into the mic. I love Ian
Pretty
Ziering.
much the same thing in the same
It's a
way.
compliment.
Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there's a title with an email.
What's the name?
Sorry. PATRICW.CLANCY@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that that would be Patrick Clancy
Patrick-
at gmail.com.
PatrickWClancy@gmail.com. The Commonwealth, the prosecution has misled the world since this case happened. And if the jury feels duped, I'm telling you, it's going to be really hard to get him back. Listen to that again.
PATRICW.CLANCY@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that that would be Patrick Clancy at gmail.com. That's his email that's signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
Wow.
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
That's like almost 5 times the length of Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction, which was only like 40,000 pages. 180,000 pages.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps.
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through,
We call that cherry picking. Oh, and I love this. He's going to say, so when you did this, and he's be like, oh, I didn't do that. He does this. I love it. Hold on.
Utilizing within the software.
okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report, searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across?
In case you missed it, he said, did you come across a search? Where is the carotid artery? He didn't recall.
Easier this way.
Oh, he's got a chalk. I love it.
This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report,
And
sir.
it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. See this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0009225E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report.
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
I don't know where to look at it. Tell me if that's, because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
For Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact, it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, from it.
Calling the expert, Mr. Verno, do you have it? Speaking to his expert who is in the front row with the nurses. Pan to Lindsay.
Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
He's holding up a big poster board as he's saying that. How to slit your throat to die. He's got it. How come this guy doesn't have it? It's blurry, so I can't read the date and time.
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
Do you think she was trying to come up with a plan, turning off the airbags and then driving her car into a wall? How come they didn't find any of these searches? Can't hide the ball from Kevin Shred. You can't.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a minute, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So would you, what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
how to slit your throat to die.
And the next box.
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to read off of these?
If we could just
Sure.
see them at side by
Another example of cherry picking evidence to suit your narrative. When did she search that? The Commonwealth never found these. You got to hire a guy like Steve Verino to find them. Can you imagine if Lindsay had a public defender? Not that they don't do the Lord's work, because they do. We have seen amazing public defenders in Massachusetts. You know how expensive experts are? I need to know when these searches were. Were they minutes before she did it? Indicating that she formulated a plan right then and there in her psychotic break? I don't know. Wow. Just wow. Ellen White, thank you for your super sticker. Vicky said, thank God she documented, wrote, and used the patient portal. Otherwise, she would be cooked. My love to all involved. Thank you very much. Amy Lou, with Lindsay being a nurse, with Lindsay being a nurse, she would have had the jab. Has anyone seen a study on the effects of the vaccine with the medicines she was on? I have not. I don't know if they'll bring that up. Dina says, thanks for covering this. So far, you've been to an Adam Deitch standout, gym, laundry, and now restaurant with me. I'm so glad I can accompany you on your travels, Dina. We love Dina. Dina has been boots on the ground out there in Norfolk County for Karen Reed since, I don't know, day one, Dina. Oksana, I love you, says, Plymouth DA Cruz is running unopposed in November. Yep. Perhaps this case will generate some interest for someone to step in and run too. I said that yesterday. I said, are there any lawyers in the chat who happen to live in Plymouth County? Maybe you want to jump in now. Might be a good time to jump into the race. She says, thanks, Melanie, for being our emotional support attorney. Thank you, Oksana. Friend of Dog gifted 10 memberships. Ms. Jake, thank you so much. All right. Talking about other creators and their opinions, which I try not to let sway mine. Thank you. Dice, DL Rondolo. Alanis Morissette has a song called Diagnosis, which is about PPD. So haunting to listen to while watching this trial. I think in song lyrics. Dexter Save Us from the Commonwealth says women weren't included in medical research until 1993 because hormones made the results too unpredictable. Side note, do Bella and Canvas zip-ups run small? I think they're true to size, but look at the size chart before you order anything. But they are really the softest softest zip-up hoodie that I own. Strong Leg says, as an ADA's prime objective is supposed to be the pursuit of justice, not stipulating to Lindsay committing the act. The ADA has brought new meaning to malicious prosecution. They have subjected all involved to wasteful and hurtful proceedings. Yeah, I mean, a good prosecutor with integrity is looking for the truth, right? The truth. Others just want a conviction. Which one is this? In your opinion? Okay, I think they're coming back now. Thank you, Donna, for gifting 5 memberships. I guess they're coming in because she's marking the exhibits.
And if I can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these 3 exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
All right. Is the
Exhibit 238.
Tracy says K-Red for Plymouth County DA.
Exhibit 238, sir. If I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mummy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let me give you exhibit 238, and just a representative example. I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to
They only looked at Lindsay's text messages with her mother for January of 2023. Nothing prior. Again, is it cherry picked or was it intentional?
January then.
Just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
It was intentional. You're right. He doesn't do anything by mistake.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir.
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds.
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night? ?
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please? At 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the
Sure.
10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good? Question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good, period, at the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
Okay. My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better? Question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05
AM or PM?
p.m.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying,
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
so she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what? That's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. That's all right.
Okay, sir.
Wants to move it along.
Now, on January 24th, District attorney asked you about the Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also prior to that on the same day that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted
That was the day they were killed, the day they built a snowman in the yard. She sent it to Patrick, who was working in the basement.
back and said some 4th of January? I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, "Oh, wow, you're a good mom"? Call that?
I don't recall the text.
Of course not.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis? Can you be in DKA without high blood sugar? Page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone? Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone? Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Remember, he asked another witness, did you know that she was Googling 60 to 80 times a night about medications?
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia?
Schizophrenia.
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? See where it says schizophrenia? Right there.
You're killing me. Killing me, Reddington. I gotta rewind it because I can't hear him.
Does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? See where it says schizophrenia?
See where this is schizophrenia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
She searched for schizophrenia.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And then it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
What was the date of that one?
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Zoloft?
Sounds like she's looking for answers.
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds PM. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds PM.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds PM.
Okay, thank you. And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds AM.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds AM.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds PM.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
New Year's Eve.
And there is a search for keyword ketamine. Ketamine.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39:0 seconds PM.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal is part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23:13 seconds AM.
Okay. Is there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate report for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Give me the ideal, bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds AM, with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds PM.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone.
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
bracketed in? What's the time that it started? When did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38, 42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see where it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat search for Ativan?
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06, 30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct?
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
In my opinion, that's the most important one. Hallucinations on the 19th of January. She was searching hallucinations. Was she having hallucinations? Why else would you search hallucinations?
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
They're trying to make it seem like she made up the auditory hallucination, the voice. She never heard that voice before or ever again, but her own Google search history shows that she was searching up hallucinations on the 19th of January. And this prosecution has cherry-picked. Look at the box. He's got everything on paper. I love it. I'm the same way. I don't like to do anything off a computer screen. I like to have everything on paper. Are these Google searches signs of mania? If you have misophonia, this probably is not going to be the stream for you because there's been a lot of sniffling into the microphone, a lot of, sniffling into the microphone, a lot of swallowing into the microphone. It's not me. It's them. Does she sound desperate for answers?
No objection.
Okay, those may be admitted. Do you
Here's
wanna
the ones that they
admit-
picked
It's individual.
to tell the jury about.
Individual or all one? I don't care.
Ooh, why don't we do that?
And you treat a
I hate to do
sociopath.
this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
The one they cherry picked from January 20th was, can you treat a sociopath? That she searched twice, or maybe not twice, maybe it was duplicated. But on the 19th, she was searching for hallucinations. They didn't bring that one up. Takes K-Shred to come in and do cleanup. Talking about the photos of the kids and their manipulated metadata. That was brought in on direct. The photos were modified. The court reporter is marking exhibits. Jamie says, oh, where's this going? Elsie would not Google. Where's the carotid? She's a nurse. Casey says, so the prosecution said Lindsay was searching SI when it was actually P using the computer, but hid the actual SI searches Lindsay made from her own phone. Why? Great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone. Just bear with me, it's another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
And looking at that, if you can, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
So she had a habit of searching for the medications that her children needed so that she wouldn't have to waste time traveling from store to store. So this is on New Year's Eve, the night that she checks herself in or goes to the emergency room at MGH and they transport her to McLean. She was Googling child's Tylenol. So she did this on the regular. Who wants to waste a trip driving around from store to store to store when your kid is sick? Not me.
December 31st.
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
Children's
How
Motrin
about the
stores.
next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Month old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Organic
Next
baby.
one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth, NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one. If you can.
Yes, sir.
She was trying to stock up on baby food and formula because she knew she was going inpatient and she didn't want Patrick to have to go out and get it.
Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down. Just
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves. I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
What do we
sir.
have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds PM.
Okay. Just want to get a frame on the time.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead. Finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds PM.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
I think he'd be admitted.
Sure, when it's taken out of context, the fact that she was Googling the kids' Pedialax might seem odd the same day that she killed her kids, or that they allege that she killed her kids, because they still have to prove that too. But she Googled stores where kids' stuff was in stock all the time.
And then finally, sir, approaching you with, I think it would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the header on the top, that's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Okay. Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? You know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat, loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42:16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would 'cause we
Receive,
know
sir.
the time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages.
Okay,
From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content.
Remember, she's at the doctor with Cora that morning because Cora complained of belly pain the day before.
Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
I'll allow that.
He wants his own exhibit separated from hers that she cherry picked from.
260 grams.
Great point.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, that's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, right?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Do you know that? As an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums, little babies, all over the house. Do you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect.
She had photos and
All of
photo
the
albums.
exhibits that defense counsel just,
Wait a minute. She had photos and photo albums everywhere. She was probably printing photos all the time to put in frames, to put on the, when you edit it to make it look its best. It's wild.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, redirect.
all of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc exhibit 236, in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
So the jury should just do it on their own and he shouldn't bring it out on cross? She's trying to make it sound to the jury like she's not hiding anything. It's all there. It's in evidence. The jury would have seen it. 180,000 pages later.
Sir, on exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
Psychosis symptoms. Yeah, she wanted to know if she had a sudden,
That's correct.
if psychosis was on the way. How does that help you? Psychosis symptoms. Who searches up psychosis symptoms if they're not worried about having it?
The person using the phone looking it up was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
We're asking questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in exhibit 238. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes you just don't redirect. Sometimes you just let it be. You're not helping. She searched schizophrenia on the 19th and psychosis on the 20th. Hello? Hello? Was she hearing voices?
There's
Hello?
a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday. Never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
There's also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
This is a disorder that waxes and
correct.
wanes, ma'am. Her mother said, "Good to see you seeming better." She got nothing. This is a big nothing redirect, and it's not a good idea. Let it be. Just let it be.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Reddington?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with text messages. Would you agree with me, again, that this came up with Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay? Kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one of the others.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you again extractions from Lindsay's phone that can flip through them if you wish, would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother.
Oh.
It says Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these two, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
Objection. He wants text messages between Lindsay and her mother-in-law, Patrick's mom, who referred her, remember, to Nurse Paul. What was the first thing?
Kind of flip through them.
These were text messages between Lindsay and Patrick,
Kind of flip through them.
probably outside of their search period, and that's why she doesn't want him in, because
So Lindsay's phone that
they probably really, really, really hurt her case and all of the BS that she's trying to spoon feed to this jury. Are they looking for the truth, or are they looking for a conviction? And if they were looking for the truth, why would they fight so hard to keep them out? Yeah, let's go back and look at his facial expressions, because sometimes Kevin Reddington has really good expressions.
handing you again, Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It says Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these two, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
There it is. The big sigh. The sigh emoji is available. We created that sigh emoji for Judge Cannoni, who used to sigh very loudly into the microphone. Permission granted to use it for Reddington or anyone else in this jury who sighs a lot. This prosecutor, Ms. Sprague, has been sighing into the mic all day in addition to sniffling. I think it is she who is sniffling. See if they allow this. Hard to believe this is only the second witness of the day. Is this only the second witness of the day? And it is 1 p.m. Lena said, I'm expecting to hear the DA sobbing soon. As you always say, Melanie, Carmen knows your address. Casey Paralegal says the powerful team K-Shred has put together and is behind Lindsay, including Rosemary and experts, makes me emotional. MF says, put the crash daddies on to explain the ways the Commonwealth's cash, the Commonwealth's case is crashing and burning. Well done. Best want what you wish for. I love that. It says, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Off topic, but did you see Chris D&E eviction letter? I saw something that there was one. I haven't read it, no.
It's UND for identification.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Did they come in? Hold on.
It's UND for identification.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Marked for identification, so I
Attorney
don't know if
Sprague,
they come in
anything
or
further?
not.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
All this without any defense witnesses. Yep.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01, so they'll hold that against me. So we're gonna take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm gonna ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock and go to the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything. And then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right.
But, Your Honor-
Notebooks, please, one chest,
But
please.
Your Honor, you said we were getting out of court early today. What do you mean by early? We need a shredder emoji. Yes, we do. He did say it was going to be a full day. I thought he said it wasn't going to be a full day. I thought he said we were going to break early for today and then tomorrow, no court. It is a lunch break, though. It is a lunch break.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in a cover page and the wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So do you have any objection to the substitute status? It's the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought that I submitted the medical record.
Oh, No objection.
All right, so you want to substitute those?
Is it from this new batch?
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
We're on lunch.
Yesterday.
Let's take some questions and then let's take a break because the chat is wild in. It's not as bad as Vinnie Politan's was last night, but I think everyone needs to step away and take a break for a little while because I think the mods are overloaded and I need to figure out who blocked them so that they can be launched. Because that interferes with the moderation of this channel, which is a very, very important part of this channel because we don't allow the trolls in here to come in and rage bait you guys. And if you block a mod, it's a problem for everyone. So we need to do some things over the lunch break. So we're going to take a break. And I suggest everyone take a break. Reese, thank you for your super sticker. Taylor Burton says, K-Shred just reemphasized the jurors the very exhibit they need to consider in the defense's favor. Exactly. See how she was cherry picking? Jamie Ricky says, oh, I see now. Very, very sad. She was at the point of not knowing. I think she was questioning everything. Southern Poop, grateful for this content. I watch and listen to you all day and catch more perspective from Peter, lawyer, in the evening. Have him on or vice versa. Thank you very much for that. Skipple Nancy says, she throws in a $10 super sticker. Thank you. Our nurse Tori says, I'm behind at the internet search, but K-Red is giving Reese Witherspoon. Yeah. Flo Livin says, watching while working, I'm in healthcare and I'm shocked. The system completely failed her. In my opinion, she should be able to go home after intensive therapy. Atomic Blonde became a member. Welcome. Shop and Tan for me says, keep up the great work, stepsisters. I'm 1,000% sure Lindsay tried for help. Read her own words. I'll give you 20. Sapphire says, witnesses call Kevin Reddington, sir. No such respect for ADAs. Chrissy Bradley, thanks for becoming a member. Irene says, cruel words intended to expose someone else often end up exposing the character of the person who chose them. Well done, sis. Lynn Dalton says, dear Lindsay, I see you. I am you. Why couldn't I have been with you? Oh. Shell Blue Eyes says, chronic pain here, but I had a doctor tell me once, because you worry about being addicted, I don't worry about you being an addict. I feel the same about her sociopath search. Right. If you're a sociopath, you're probably not searching up like if you're a narcissist, you're not searching up, am I a narcissist? Right. Great point by Shelby said, especially in 2022 and 2023, there was a whole issue with formula, right? There was a shortage. And kids' meds being in stock. That's right. Shelves are empty. You're right. It was the post-panty supply issues. Candace said, and she looked up schizophrenic, which means she was probably hearing voices before. Right. Thanks, Chell and Cindy, for becoming members. JM Knott says the Commonwealth will use this to claim sanity. I'm calling it. I think that's what they're trying to do. Is it working? Lex P says this witness felt like when you're at a sleepover and your friend's parents are fighting and you're just sitting there awkwardly. Yes. Yes. JM Natsuki, member, welcome. Jen said, the more I listen, the more I see that Lindsay Clancy was 10 times the mom I ever was. Cynthia says, after hearing Lindsay's searches, I cannot imagine how terrified she was. She knew she was slowly losing her mind. Right. Oh, Private Info sends $50 in for pizza for the mods. Thank you. They deserve it. All right, you guys, I'm going to send you some DoorDash money. Thank you, Private Info. Dina says, Melanie, at first I didn't want to watch this heartbreak of a trial, but I'm glad you made it informative and with such class. Thank you. A lot of people say it seems like she was losing her mind. That's insanity to me. And when you start putting it all together and the timeline and the dates, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a nice chart out there, it starts to make a little bit more sense. Like, for example, on the 20th, it was brought out. She was searching, can you treat a sociopath? They brought that out on direct, January 20th. That's the only Google search they mentioned from January 20th. And then it took K-Shred to get his hands on it before he pointed out that on that same day, January 20th, she's searching things like lamictal. She's searching psychosis. on the 20th. The 19th, the day before that, she's searching schizophrenia. And on the 19th, she's searching hallucinations. On the 20th, and then there were many Google searches about benzos between the 6th and December 6th and January 20th. So if she kept pulling up the same Google tab, can it tell you every time that tab was opened? Because that's something that I found very interesting that I didn't really get an answer to. Right. Hollering Void says, I honestly think what happened to Lindsay could happen to any woman, and the people who think she's guilty just don't want to admit it. I don't know. I feel like it's like if it was phrased differently, like not, if it was guilty but insane, I don't know. Maybe some people would have an easier time accepting it. I really don't know. Jill says through Venmo, I'm torn between getting a K shred or Little Slays tattoo. The coverage is so good. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate you. Mary, thank you. Says this is some Perry Mason stuff regarding Lindsay at the child's doctor's appointment. I love it. Right. And we found out that the appointment was for 9:45. Something else that the Commonwealth has had for 3.5 years, and yet they have chosen to hide from everyone. Carol says, oh, thank you very much. I thanked you earlier for your Venmo, and I appreciate you so very much. Let's, I got a good video for you to watch, or we can continue the video from yesterday that we didn't finish, the Fervent video, Alan Jackson's greatest hits. Thank you, Jenna, for your 3 matcha lattes. She says, I'm so happy I found your channel. I'm so happy that you found my channel too. Lindsay OKC, from one breastfeeding mother of 3 to another, Lindsay, all the things you felt were very real, and the amount of sorrow I felt hearing your voice, your struggles with nursing gutted me. The pressure we feel as mothers is at times unbearable. That is very, very sweet. Thank you so much, Lindsay OKC. Maybe you're from Oklahoma City. Okay, people are sending me Lindsay's address to send mail. I'm not advising that at all because I do not know that that is something that her attorneys want. Karen, thank you for buying 3 matcha lattes. She said I started following you during the persecution of Karen Reed. I'm local to Massachusetts. I'm not going to read the rest of this because I don't want, maybe somebody will figure out who you are and you might not want to be. You might want to be anon, please. Okay, I'm calling for a break. I think everyone needs a break. I think everyone needs to go breathe. Maybe pull out your yoga mat. Big Cat, Little Cat became a member. And I will put a movie on for the class. I'll put a film on for the class. And so maybe should we go back to the other thing I had in mind, because my memory is not exhausted. The other thing that I had in mind was Microdot's new video. Let me just see how long that is. It is only 16 minutes. I think we'll go back and watch. We'll finish Fervent's Alan Jackson's greatest hits because that'll give us a little bit more time. Okay, yesterday we left off with Alan Jackson crossing, I think this is Timothy Nuttall on the stand, and this is by Fervent on YouTube. So please go on over and give Fervent a like and a sub. And put that up for you. This is Fervent on YouTube, and this is where we left off yesterday on the Alan Jackson's greatest hits video. While everyone goes and takes a bit of a breather, I think it is necessary. Please be kind to each other in the chat while I'm gone. Thank you so much.
Different aspects that I recall in certain settings.
Your memory is clearer now as you sit here.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now as you sit here that it was 3 times you heard that than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay, and does your memory tend to get better or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
But in this case, you're telling this jury that your memory is better now than it was a year ago when you testified about the exact same circumstance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Ms. Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
It was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
You then met about a week after that, which would be 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Who'd you meet with then?
The same group.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
Again, just prior testimony. And that was really the gist of it.
And tell me the specifics of the prior testimony that you...
Again, it was the how many times we had talked about saying, "I hit him, I hit him." Again, it was 3 times. And then there was also the video that was just played for me.
If I'll take the video in just a second. If y'all had met 3 weeks ago and you indicated to Mr. Brennan that it was actually 3 times, not 2 times that you heard the "I hit him," why did you need to discuss it again a week later to verify the 3 times versus 2 times?
Not sure, sir. That was just the way that the conversation went. And I just, again, repeated what I said and what I remember from that morning.
Well, tell me about that conversation. Did Mr. Brennan say anything like, "Well, are you really sure that she said it 3 times?
It was that morning what was said to you. And I said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." That was how it went that morning, and that was how I remember it.
Okay. And did Mr. Brennan say, "Well, that's not consistent with how you've testified previously concerning the number of times you heard the "I hit him" phrase"?
Yes, sir.
He did say that.
He wanted to, he acknowledged that I had said it twice. However, again, as I mentioned, it was said 3 times to me.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection. Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answer my question. So now you do remember last year that you only said you only said that it was repeated twice.
One more time, sir.
So now you do recall that last year when you testified, it was inconsistent with how you're testifying today. Let me put it that way, correct?
I believe I said I hit him twice on the stand last year.
Right. And if you're saying I hit him 3 times instead of twice, that firefighter Nuttall is inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir.
with that?
But that is how it went that morning, though, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again. So I'm asking you, if you testified last year,
Yes, sir.
that you heard the phrase twice,
Mhm.
and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk at the meeting 2 weeks ago about any other inconsistencies with your testimony?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Well, you were there. You
No.
say not to my knowledge, meaning,
No, sir. We did not.
okay. So it was just about the number of times that you heard the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You cleared that up in the 2 meetings, 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago. What did you talk about last night?
Mostly just making sure that everything was as it had been. I mean, and by that, I mean, it was 3 times and that we were continuously making sure that everything was the way that it had happened that morning.
Everything was the way that Mr. Brennan wanted it to be.
No, sir. The way that it was I remember it and I recall it happening.
Okay. So he asked you 3 weeks ago about how many times you heard that phrase.
Yes, sir.
You changed your testimony at that time and said it was 3 times instead of 2 times. We agree on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he called you a week later or met with you a week later and again reiterated, making sure you stick with that testimony that it's 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then last night he called you just to make sure one more time you're going to stick with that testimony that it was 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Take a look at that document. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it beforehand.
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover.
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him. Did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
So now, after Mr. Brennan asks you a few questions, now you remember her saying, I hit him a bunch more times, correct?
I remember hearing it in the background several other times.
Really?
Sir,
Never mentioned that on direct examination, did you?
I don't remember being asked about it, sir. I remember saying what was asked to me.
You were asked, did you ever hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say anything about I hit her? And your answer was, she said to me, in answer to my question, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and that's it.
To me.
You didn't clarify that, oh my God, she's rolling around with a simple little head cut off, screaming I hit him to everybody else in the sun.
It was, again, it was behind me in the background as I was providing patient care. Again, that was not my focus.
Okay, so you didn't really hear her say anything about it, because you weren't focused on it, right?
I remember hearing generalized commotion in the background, but again, that was not our focus.
So generalized commotion is very different than hearing her say, I hit him to other people, correct? You'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So what you actually heard was the chaos and the commotion of a chaotic scene, correct? In the background.
In the background.
As you focused on your patient care, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not specific words coming out of my client's mouth, correct?
To the question that I posed, do you know him?
You're right. We're off that question.
Okay.
That question, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Triple I hit it.
Correct.
But with regard to what Mr. Brennan just asked you, the generalized commotion, to use your phrase, in the background, you didn't hear any specific words coming out of my client's mouth, did you?
I heard I hit him. But again, it was in the background and it was not my focus.
Well, why didn't you say that on direct? That's kind of an important point. It's why you're here.
Again, if it was neglected on my part, it was not intentional.
Not intentional to neglect that part for the jurors on direct examination.
No, sir.
Certainly not intentional to neglect that part of your testimony on cross-examination.
No, sir.
But you decided to bring it up on recross examination when Mr. Brennan is asking you questions again, correct?
It was asked of me. Yes,
And
sir.
it was after, of course, that your new statement that you've never testified to before, ever, is this generalized commotion included a bunch of I hit him's in the background, correct?
Sir.
And that comes after you saw the video that clearly shows that when you describe having heard this statement, Mark Herman was nowhere around you, correct?
That segment of the video that you showed me,
Yes.
that was not the time frame in which she said that to me.
Well, that was the time frame when Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
He was doing CPR down prior to that as well.
Really? Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34:30 that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
one time, not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, "I hit him," as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022? Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him" 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. "I hit him. I hit him." There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, "I hit him." And a police officer asked her, said, "You what?" And she repeated it again, "I hit him." And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, "I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, "What?" Is that right?
So it's, "I hit him, I hit him." Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, "I hit him." And then the officer said, "You what?" And then she said, "I hit him." And he said, "Go get Goody down here."
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said, "I hit him"?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that she made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical, yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket.
Yep.
And Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay. Who in that video? Miss Reed Ms. McCabe appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. Just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's what you're saying now. Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to make these statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in, I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down, you didn't have any opportunity to write anything down?
I didn't.
You just went by your memory?
Yes.
What can play exhibit 4, starting runtime 8:50? I'd like you to pay special attention, Mrs. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing that having hit John Tewksbury.
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry?
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her?
No.
Right. They didn't handcuff her?
No.
Even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. Laughlin,
Objection.
So
Let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes,
For instance, you write down John O'Keefe, that's his name, right?
right,
You might write down a circle with a slash through it, allergies, no allergies, right?
right,
You might write down 46, his age.
right.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was, well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables. It was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you call it, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in your right hand, writing things, correct?
Yeah,
You never wrote that down.
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No,
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
no.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yes.
that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was and wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you said, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen. It was very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either. Objection.
Sustain.
You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation. It's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor. Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once. And I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it. The evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel.
I got to play you one cut, though. I got to play you one cut as he goes over his investigative chops here. Cut 9.
Sure. Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blown up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner. But overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do. So I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
We work this case just like we always do.
That is the scariest phrase I think I've ever heard from a detective. Given what we now know about how this case was investigated and not investigated, for him to literally say on national TV, nah, not so much. I would work this case just the same way I'd work every other case, just like I do every other case. Every other defendant, every other defense attorney who has represented a defendant in which Michael Proctor has touched a piece of evidence should be clamoring for some sort of habeas corpus, some sort of retrial, some sort of redo, if you will, in Massachusetts. He is a disaster in terms of an investigator, an absolute abject disaster. For him to say, maybe I should have looked at another car, maybe I should have interviewed a couple of witnesses. Are you kidding? He acts like it's an afterthought. That is your job, sir. Do your job. Do your duty. You're supposed to be an objective finder of fact. and then present those facts to a prosecutor who then presents those facts to a jury. None of that happened. None of what I just described happened. And that is day one in law school. That's day one. You learn that.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, like typing out schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes. The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. As a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that, so.
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022, he was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
He was on call.
He was.
Right?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Okay.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
She's a whack job, CUNT. She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
What, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, and that I'm not proud of. I text my wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
Your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes. Figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself.
No.
Right?
No, it's not.
Then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
Your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
By not calling him, and I said this on my show, I go, this is the ballsiest decision ever, because if this woman is convicted of anything,
I gotta own it.
DUI, then you not only you gotta own it, that's gonna go down as the worst call ever. Like you're Grady Little, like level, like keeping Pedro in the game. Like that's what that would go down as. Didn't that make you freaking nervous?
I say this a lot, and it sounds really self-aggrandizing. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I make decisions because they're the right decisions, and it comes from 30 plus years of decision making. And at some point, you got to have the balls to make the call. You got to make the call. I knew that in my heart of hearts, I knew that having an empty chair, having the ogre under the bridge, having and that's both Proctor and Higgins, I could make hay out of the fact that the Commonwealth didn't call two very, very obvious witnesses. How do you not call as the prosecution? How does Hank Brennan sit there with his suit on and his tie knotted and his glasses on, sitting there with his hair combed and his socks and his shoes and all his accoutrements, and stand up in front of the jury in closing argument and express to them a reasonable judgment why he didn't call the lead homicide investigator for the lead homicide that the jurors are expected to judge.
Well,
And I made him
He
own
wasn't
it.
the lead. He wasn't the lead, according to Mr.
Yeah.
Bukaki.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody in the courtroom except him knew that was bullshit. That was complete bullshit. So I was never gonna. My decision at the very beginning of the trial is if they don't call Proctor, I'm not going to call Proctor.
Really? So you decided early on.
Yeah, I was going to make them own it. They're going to own it.
Really? Okay.
They're going to have to own that, and it's a difficult ownership to have. Not to call your lead investigator when the jurors are commissioned with the responsibility of judging the investigation. How do you not call the lead investigator? So, from an ego standpoint, I would have loved to cross-examine Michael Proctor again. He stood no chance. As bad as it went for him the last time, it would have gone 10 times worse this time. You indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes.
don't just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper.
Yes.
Ask more questions.
Absolutely.
Actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone right off the bat, correct?
Correct.
No one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out.
That is correct. Yes.
You follow where the evidence leads you, period. Amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek, to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be here, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and paper. Who was here last night? Just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn. Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lang, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where. I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
After midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
And we were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
I hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
You don't get in trouble or get spanked, you get slapped, you get fined. If you seek a search warrant and he's denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify
in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're a guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You're a guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you didn't
had his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Sustained.
Nobody thought the shoe would be inside the house. Thank you, Fervent, for being here and for letting me play you during our lunch break. I just went back and I looked at the Fervent video, the Microdots video again, and there's music behind it that I don't know if it's copyrighted. So that was another reason why I didn't think that I was going to be able to play it for you. And so Fervent is here. Fervent allows it. I don't play people's content without their permission. And I have standing permission to play from Fervent. So thank you, Fervent, for entertaining the class for a bit. Everyone go sub to Fervent on YouTube. Give a like for that video. I will, I linked it in yesterday's stream because I think we played it yesterday. We played part one. It goes on for something like 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's the greatest hits of Alan Jackson, and Fervent has lots of other amazing videos too. And yeah, the flashbacks are wild, right? This video is actually called Alan Jackson's Best Courtroom Moments. But Fervent has lots of videos. So you should go on over there. Check them out. I don't know if they'll be back right at 2, but we're here at 2, so we ain't got no quit. Everyone have a nice break. Thanks, Fervent. Fervent became a member. Look at that. Chronically Curious became a member. Lori Law Lover says, just because I couldn't watch this anywhere else with anyone else. Thanks, Melanie. Oh, thank you. This is, I thought the trolls on Karen Reed were bad. The trolls on this one, I don't know, might be worse. I don't know. It's crazy. Attorney Wannabe says, I viewed every stream for more than 22 months. I love you, Mel. Oh, I love you too. It's never too late. If you want to be an attorney, you can always go to law school. Mary, thank you for your super sticker. Reddington's magnifying glass became a member. You see what I'm talking about? See why you guys are called the Snark Tank? With good reason. With good reason. Great comment. Tony said hallucinations, schizophrenia, psychosis, all related search terms. She must have been having multiple episodes of hallucinations and was terrified. Right? That's the picture that it's painting for me. That's what I think. Babs for Bruins took a short nap. Good for you, girl. I can't sleep for like 20 minutes because when I sleep for 20 minutes and then I try and wake up, I never fully wake up. And then, I don't know. I love naps, but naps are not good because then I stay up too late. Mrs. Always Right says, perhaps all the medication searches mean she was already having those horrific thoughts and went inpatient on the 31st because of them. Right. But many of these searches, we learned, were right around the days leading up to the killings. Psychosis. Hallucinations. Tell me what you think about that. I can't believe we've only seen 2 witnesses in all morning. The first witness from the CyberCrime unit, Kyle from the MSP, who came in to talk about the Surface Pro search of suicide methods, and then went back to say how it was Patrick's laptop. And I just looked it up. This supplemental report that he did about suicide methods coming from the hyperlink from the Tom T. Hall Wikipedia page was done the day before opening statements. Opening statements were the 27th of July. He was asked to do this supplemental report on the 26th of July. And you know, in Massachusetts, because it happened in the Karen Reed trials too, the defense is required to turn over all of their impeachment evidence to the prosecution. And so he must have turned that over, and they must have said, oops, I guess we better get him to supplement his report, because we've been telling everyone that Lindsay Clancy Google search ways to kill. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that Google search yet. Have they mentioned the Google search ways to kill? Because people are reporting that all over the internet. It's been all over the media for 3 years and more. Have we heard about that Google search ways to kill? And it was basically like she put him up there to debunk a theory, but never really told anybody what the theory originally was. Thank God for Kevin Reddington on Cross. She even got into the whole Grafton Bridge hyperlink too, which was wild. Patrick admitted to searching for that on the stand. Remember? Day one? I do. That was July 27th, day one. The first time they ever analyzed the data from this laptop, by the way, was in October of 2025. What does that indicate to you? October of 2025. The killings were in January of 2023. It took almost 3 years for them to analyze the data from Patrick's laptop. Did they realize that maybe they didn't have enough evidence and they needed to look for more? When Kevin Reddington got up to start Cross, he said, "That's it? That's it? You were called in here to testify about that?" I don't know about that. I don't know anything about Chris Albert losing his pizza shop. I don't know. It was established that laptop belonged to Patrick. The first time it was ever analyzed was in October of 2025. He searched, they told him to search with particular search terms, but he doesn't know what the search terms were. And Reddington said suicide. And he said, yeah, drugs. And he said, well, no, drugs had nothing to do with it. And he said, believe me, it did. Believe me, it did. Then he got his big magnifying glass out, and there was no search for ways to kill, we found out. It wasn't until 2025 that Trooper Justin Paul reached out to him. Justin Paul, I wonder if there's any relation to Trooper Joe Paul, the accident reconstructionist in Karen Reed trial number 1. We then found out during that cross that, did you know that on that day, August 23rd of 2022, when these searches were made, that Lindsay Clancy was actually at the doctor's office with Dawson? And he said, well, no, I didn't know that. He said it was at 10:15 that she was there with Dawson, but however, turned out the appointment, we learned from the calendar app, was 9:45. So Lindsay wasn't on the laptop making those searches like they wanted everyone to believe. She was searching such things as detox programs, what to do when psychiatrists overprescribe, bipolar, how long are detox programs? What is DBT? K-therapy for benzo withdrawal. Then he got it out of him that the DA didn't reach out to them until July 26th, the day before opening statements, because they wanted more details regarding the methods of suicides Google search. And we found out that it was a hyperlink. And he said, did you know Patrick Clancy plays guitar? And then he tried to get into evidence, Shred did, the pediatric records, to show that she was actually at the doctor's office with Dawson. And he turned that witness into his own as well. Just another witness for the defense. in my opinion. Second witness of the day, about an hour and a half into the morning, was Timothy CHIAPPINI from the MSP. He's the cell phone extraction expert, claims to be an expert in Celebrite. He had a 768-page extraction from Lindsay's phone, and it turns out he only had a portion of it because the entire extraction, as Kevin Reddington pointed out on cross, was something like 180,000 pages. On direct examination, the only search that the ADA was interested in or brought out was two things. She downloaded something to her phone called a request for medical leave. And another Google search that she searched was on January 20th, 2023. Can you treat a sociopath? That was the only Google search she brought out with this witness, I think, unless I forgot to write some down. But then that was January 20th, 2023. Then in October, she had put in her notes app, I guess, positive affirmations about gratitude and other things. I read it to you because she didn't, I don't think. Can't tell when it was. It only shows the last modified date with the notes. And then she talked about some photos of the picture of the kids that were modified because she pulled out the metadata. Some photos were modified the day before the killings on the 23rd. But you and I say, and Kevin Reddington brought out on cross, she has pictures all over the house of the kids, right? And tons of photo albums, right? And then on direct, she got into the January 24th, 2023 phone extraction, but he only had the portion between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. What else? What were they texting about earlier in the day? It took Reddington to bring that out on cross. She did a search for Miralax for kids. She searched the 3V menu, and then the times kind of skipped all over. It looks like from my notes here, she started searching 3V at 4:13 p.m. 4:43, she searched the 3V menu and the Apple Maps, how long it would take to get there. 4:46, she searched Miralax for kids. 4:47, she called CVS to see if they had it. Remember, they brought a witness in from CVS who took the phone call and who could authenticate the surveillance video that they got a Patrick going there. 4:53, she's texting Patrick, do you want to get takeout from 3V? I haven't thought about dinner. Then there was some gobbledygook about two searches being at the same time. And he said it's because you could have two tabs open at the same time. Patrick texts Lindsay his order. I think he wanted scallops at 5:08. And at 5:10, Lindsay called in the order to 3V. They brought in a witness from 3V also to testify about the phone call. 5:13 was a search for liquid Pedialyx. 5:15, Lindsay told Patrick, I think, to get the stool softener. Patrick calls Lindsay at 5:33. It was unanswered. She calls him back at 5:34. It was 14 seconds long. And then I think there was another call from Patrick to Lindsay, but they didn't say what time that was. And she didn't really tie it all together. Maybe she's going to tie it all together in her closing about what she thinks all of this means. But Lindsay called Patrick back at 5:34. What time was the 911 call? Does anybody remember? Because we were not allowed to listen to it. So I don't know. I think it was after 6 p.m., right? The Commonwealth's theory is that Lindsay was in the midst of taking the kids' lives when she called Patrick for 15 seconds.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Bring the jury. Reddington went through her other her calendar app to show that the doctor's appointment was 9:45. She couldn't possibly have made those searches. And all of the other Google searches that the Commonwealth did not talk about, such as Where's the carotid artery? How to slit your throat to die? Can you turn off airbags in a Kia
Court,
Sorento?
all rise. Jury's entering.
A lot of cherry picking going on here. Can you see it?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
This will be the lead investigator. The lead investigator, McGilligan. I got the feeling during some of the questioning that K-Shred doesn't like McGilligan, and I don't know why. I think he has beef with him, but I guess we're going to see.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here with the right to the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will have no penalty between Commonwealth and the truth? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the Homicide and Major Crime Section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the District Attorney's Office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM? And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe this, the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes.
He just said blood all over. She's not paying attention. This is the first time that I'm hearing that there was a crib in the master bedroom. Is this the first time the crib was brought up? Interesting. And nobody else has mentioned it. We haven't seen any photos of it, I don't think. I could be wrong.
Just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home.
Oh, a scene video they even have. Wow, that's amazing. 2023, a scene video.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the
baby
master
slept
bedroom.
in their room, but has it been brought in during? Oh, the nanny testified to it. Thank you. Here's the video if you want to come to your screen to watch it. The drawer is definitely going to come out. And here's a spot of blood on the wood floor. Some more blood droplets on the wood floor. Larger area of blood near the bed. Looks like there's also like a baby, like the kind of chair that you rock your baby in to nurse. Another blood area on the floor. That looks weird. Blood collection stain near the mirror. The bed is pushed in front of the window. I think that's the window that is that the window she jumped from? Glider rocker. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name. I'm just shocked that they have video of a crime scene. Part of a crime scene, anyway. More blood spatter on the wood floor in the area near the window, or near the mirror, I should say. It's not the window under, that's okay. It's the one on the other side of the mirror. I don't know. It's hard. I mean, it's not a great video. And there's the boots among the blood spatter. I had questions about those boots because they think she was found with no shoes on, right? Just socks. More blood. There's the nightstand with the knife on it. The drawer that nobody looked in. And the window. It's not inverted. Close up of the nightstand top with the knife. The because kids wine shaped cup. And then there's the window. Looks like it is open in this video. They didn't say at what time this video was taken, did they? Another view of the room, the glider rocker, closets, dresser, phone on the bed, cell phone on the bed, on top of the comforter.
Thank you.
And bathroom.
Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Well, that's crazy because Patrick Clancy said that, didn't he say? It was like somebody took a hose and sprayed blood all over the place. is going to add to the Patrick conspiracy theory. I can see it now.
Did you video shows all of the blood sprayed all over? Thank you.
Here's that again.
Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please.
Did he say on the walls, though? He said it looked like somebody took a hose and sprayed blood all over. I'm going to have to go back and watch that testimony again. Somebody else says there was some blood on the walls. They're just not, that dark video is not showing every inch. Here's the outside of the window again.
Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
Screen pushed up.
And if we could see the next photo.
The video doesn't show all of the walls. You're right.
Actually, we can go back, yes, to the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Yeah, the areas of red-brown stains. You mean the blood on the back of the cedar shake shingles of the house that nobody decided to test until they sent Maureen Hartnett back there when again?
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there. Were those there?
That's the lower window ledge. So the window underneath the window they're saying she went out of, there's some blood there. So they're trying to say that she did like a Spider-Man thing down the back of the house, that she didn't really dive out the window, that she did like the whole Spider-Man thing. This is their evidence of that.
In the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023.
Yes.
Could we have these three photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? They may be admitted.
Exhibit 265.
I think there was no blood on her phone. I think there was testimony about that.
Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to...
Okay. He's saying no about the crushed up pills because we haven't heard anything about the crushed up pills. A lot of people knew that from pre-trial, that the story's going around about her crushing up the pills and putting them in the lemonade, but there's been no evidence in the trial yet about it. So I want to hear again what she's asking him. Did she think he was going to know? Hold on.
You or any of the other officers know that... Did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
So where is that evidence? Who's going to bring in that evidence that she had crushed up pills and put them in a drink?
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
That's not his attorney. That's Lindsay's attorney. Hold on.
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection, I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
Right. I'm not his attorney. He said objection.
That's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14 had asked to play just a small portion of that.
Yeah, they went to the
It has not
Museum of
been
Science.
played previously.
We've seen this. In my mind, she just added a whole bunch of reasonable doubt about Patrick. Was she trying to make Patrick look not credible? Is she trying to point a finger at Patrick as a suspect? Because trust me, the people who are starting this theory about Patrick are now have a whole lot more to glom onto because of the way she phrased those questions. Patrick finding those pills in the center console of his truck, and Patrick with his attorney finding those drugs and not attempting to turn them over to the police. Tell me what you think. Here's the Science Museum video, because she must not have been spiraling because she was able to do something with her kids one day on January 8th.
Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
We've already seen this video.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court permission.
People say it sounds to me like Patrick didn't trust the police. Maybe.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Oh, they're doing like interactive exhibits.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Corey's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are?
She's got Callan in a little carrier on her.
For the record,
front of her
you pointed
body.
to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
The point of this, somebody said, what's the point of this? The point of this is to show that Lindsay Clancy was able to go out on a family outing with her children on January 8th, 2023. So clearly she was not spiraling and suffering from postpartum depression and, heading into postpartum psychosis, perhaps. That's their point. How do you think the other people in this video feel about being shown on worldwide television right now?
And at some point, does this switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes.
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer. Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Right, that would be hearsay. At some point in time, she was asked.
Sidebar.
Okay, let's hear that.
Explaining how someone dies of her, Dr. Barbara,
She said
the
it's-
medical examiner in this case. Did
At some point in time, she's not even pointing to dates.
grand jury process. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr.
interviewed
Barbara Vidal
the medical
Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Yeah, a couple of objections here. It's grand jury testimony, which is supposed to, and it's
With
hearsay.
the medical.
Let's see, they're back.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? That's her witness.
You want to ask him what she said. And then
Do you remember? Okay, this is why she's doing this. Dr. Vidal testified yesterday, and she said that no, you wouldn't have to have several minutes of continuous pressure. She changed her testimony from what this DA thought she was going to testify about. She said it would only have to be something like 30 seconds. And she wouldn't change her testimony, and the ADA got really mad about it. Now she's calling in this witness, this trooper, who must have had a meeting with her before her grand jury testimony, and she told him at that meeting that it would take several minutes of constant pressure. This is hearsay. It's improper. She had Vidal on the stand yesterday, and what Vidal told him at some other point in time is not appropriate testimony. And I don't know. Listen, this judge has just been overturned on appeal for the LaTarsha Sanders case. She killed 2 of her kids, and she's getting a new trial because he didn't allow in certain evidence. This, in my opinion, I have to hear what he's going to say, should not be allowed, but he's allowing it. And so she really, really wants it in there about the constant pressure. But again, with the leading, but she's already put the question out there. So she knows this witness is smart enough to know what she wants him to say. That's why she does it. I took it back to right after the break, right after the sidebar.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? That's her witness.
You want to ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have
It's
no
like they're
further
frozen.
questions. Thank you.
It's Reddington.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by
Here comes the drawer.
Patrick when I was with you, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point, I imagine the DA must have shown you this.
Here's the drawer.
Recognize this as being the nightstand drawer.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? Look at it.
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything they have, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
Slam.
So, yeah.
That's all I have. This is your lead investigator.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Plymouth County's lead investigator of this case. Doesn't know anything about the nightstand drawer.
All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it?
Or that Reddington called the DA's office to say, I have it. If you want it, come and get it. Did they ever go and get it? Guess that remains to be seen. Don't even tell me that they sent the jury to lunch for just this one really short witness.
I told you we might break a little bit early today, and finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this point. So I'm going to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now I've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far in this case. Don't make any little road trips to go by any places or try and fill in any gaps. The other thing I want to remind you, you have to still keep an open mind. All right. It was probably easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now you've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. All right. You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you.
If you want to come to your screen, this is the most lucid that Lindsay has appeared throughout this entire trial. She's actually looking at the jury. She looks awake. She looks lucid.
On that, I want to thank you so much for so far all the work that you've done and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Good. All right, close the notebooks.
Maybe they have things to discuss.
Wait.
All right. Can I see counsel again over at sidebar?
K-Shred is getting annoyed about having to walk up to the sidebar all the time. He's like, why can't we just talk about it here?
We're going to address the Commonwealth's motion regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols, but we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility. And there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this and the nature of his relationship with the defendant could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court...
They really, really, really don't want Zeisel to testify. They really don't want him to. Look at Kevin. He is all of us. His head was like he was rubbing his temples. He's swinging his glasses around. We're not actually, right, we're not alleging, but we really actually are.
Records are not an area fraught for privileged relations follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this and the nature of his relationship with the defendant could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
Father Bob.
I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits. He's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand that how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest,
well,
I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington.
Oh, tiny Jesus, take the wheel. Team Father Bob says
First of all,
Simply
here's the
Sandy.
list. They want the list. We don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay.
He got the list. It's right there on the
I don't have
desk.
a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the father at that church. And that guy has been with her for 3 years, through the hospitals, through Brigham and Women's, going to Tewksbury. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week. First time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through, with the
Well,
public.
let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm
I
dealing
don't.
with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save.
This is what I'm dealing with. You know how I always say you better want what you wish for? Make a motion like this, you better want what you wish for. Because the whole world just heard that.
Save you.
This is what I'm dealing
I don't.
with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Who?
Tell you what his involvement is with going
No,
back?
no. I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If
Sullivan,
for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this, and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
wow. I'd just like to point out that Massachusetts does recognize a clergy privilege. But, you know, certain prosecutors in Massachusetts think that they should just be able to poke holes through all kinds of privilege, attorney-client privilege, apparently clergy privilege. There's a whole bunch of people going back there to talk to Lindsay, and they don't like it. They don't like it. And judge said, no, you're not getting the name of the priest. Really? You want the name of the priest? And Kevin Reddington said, yeah, Father Bob. It's Father Bob. That's the priest, Father Bob. Another good day for the defense, in my opinion. Many Pennies became a member. Welcome. Scripts write themselves in the Commonwealth. What a great username. Thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Maui Sun became a member, and Janice Tex-Mex became a member. My dog loves blueberries. I'm confused. Defense wanted to go straight to sentencing. Well, they wanted to go straight to a trial on criminal responsibility, not straight to sentencing. Does prosecution just want to try and make names for themselves by forcing this trial, even though the outcome is the same, either jail or mental institution? Well, because they did not agree to the stipulation to just go to trial on the criminal responsibility, they also have to prove the murders. So technically, a jury could find her not guilty. There has to be a not guilty box on the verdict sheet, right? Not guilty, guilty, or not guilty by not criminally responsible. Did the priest have holy water? Could he perform an exorcism on these two? I don't know. I'm just asking for a friend. Perhaps that would be, something that might be considered. Do you think Lindsay should testify? No, I absolutely do not. No, absolutely no. No way. Nothing good can come of it, in my opinion. Maui Sun says, oh, thank you for your $100. I'm catching up between meetings. So far, my favorite moment is K-Shred and his magnifying glass. Such a legend. Melanie, you're amazing. Oh, thank you so much for your very, very kind compliments. I'll allow it. Let me take down this banner. Hold your thoughts for 1 second because I can't watch the chat while I'm pulling these up, and then we'll talk. Do we know if Lindsay has any memories of these events? Well, in her civil lawsuit, she talks about exactly what happened. If you want to look at that, I can pull it up because I do have that at the ready. Thanks, Yogi. Miss Barbara says, I've been watching trials consistently since Johnny Depp. These are the most incompetent and disingenuous prosecutors I've witnessed. Thank you, Barbara. Many Penny says, my dream finally came true. I became a cupcake today. Oh, thank you for your 20. Praise be. God bless to all. Samantha says trauma does things to our minds. What he saw that day is unimaginable. To him, it was the worst scene imaginable. You talking about Patrick? The Watcher says, on the Patrick did it theory, is it true that Lindsay's DNA was not found on the bands? I was not around for the testimony. Reels say it wasn't on him. There were some stipulations made before the DNA testimony came in. And I have not seen the stipulations in writing. One of the things that may have been stipulated to was that Lindsay's DNA was on the bands. So I don't know. I don't remember specifically hearing that her DNA was found on the bands. I don't know if they stipulated to it. But I think that on cross, if Lindsay's DNA was not found on the bands, wouldn't Kevin Reddington have made a big deal about it? And I don't remember that part happening, although I remember that day I had to go downstairs and handle some other things, but I was listening to the stream on my phone. If anybody else can clear that up, let me know. But that is one of the theories out there on the TikTok. Thanks, chat, says the Watcher, for preventing me from going back. I have the civil suit. I'll pull it up. I Stand With Mel says today in Dallas, the newspaper's front page headline is Lindsay Clancy, 75-year-old lawyer, has captivated America. Massachusetts has known him for decades. Oh, I love that. In Dallas, Texas, huh? Robin said the entire bands were not tested, just the middle and the ends. Yes, that I remember that too. It was Maureen Hartnett who tested them, right? And then Blackbird said, no, it was not that it was not on it. Okay, thank you. And remember, there was a bunch of stipulation. There was a stipulation around it. We just haven't seen it. Lisa, welcome. Terry, welcome. Needham said we're definitely not getting crossed today, but we did. Samantha, I thought she was going to purposely shut the door on the Patrick theory, but she definitely fed it with this. It felt like that to me. It felt like more reasonable doubt. Can this prosecutor ask a non-leading question, please? No, she has no idea how to do that. Samantha said during my PPD, when I had eerily similar symptoms to Lindsay, my homework was therapy to get out of the house and distract my mind. Yes, they do say that, and exercise. Helena from Sweden. It seems that the Commonwealth has been reading troll comments online and is changing their theory about the case. I don't know. It was found on one of the bands, says Diane. Desperately clinging to those soggy paper straws. You see me, you hear me. Jessica, thanks for becoming a member. Your dad's favorite mom says, people questioning why Lindsay was present during testimony yesterday, I'd bet feels that she deserves the torture of having to sit through it because she feels so guilty. There's a lot of crazy theories out there. And a lot of, comments, and people have the right to their opinions, right? Kel says, apologies, international confusion. When I said DAs earlier, I meant these two tone deaf and inappropriate ADAs. Lindsay looking stronger today. She did. Is Lindsay able to be home or is she in jail? No, she's in Tewksbury Hospital. She's been confined there since she left the Brigham all the way back in 2023. She was in custody while she was in the Brigham. And since then, she has been housed in Tewksbury Hospital. Thank you, Tea with Mama. Jessica says, allowing hearsay to impeach their own witness is wild. IG Fett became a member. Well, welcome. I Stand With Mel says, the judge telling the jury to get the testimony out of your head when he is the one who allowed the testimony to begin with is offensive. These jurors will never be able to forget what they saw, right? Referring to autopsy photos, etc., from yesterday. Psst. Thank you for your fee deuce. I can't comment now, says Marley. You're commenting right now? From across the pond? Sasha's dog mom, the ADAs are really going to hell now. Thank you. Cheryl became a member. Thank you. Ashley gifted a membership. Rochelle from South Africa says, hi, I'm a bit behind, but during my PPD, we went to the beach on a holiday. We did Christmas shopping. It doesn't mean we weren't struggling. I know. K123 Candy became a member. Welcome. Debbie says, did you say it wasn't a good day for the defense? No, I said it was a good day for the defense. Every witness that the Commonwealth calls, Kevin Reddington is able to flip to his witness. So I thought it was a good day for the defense. Michelle says the witches' heads are going to spin 360 degrees. The Watcher, if I were K-Red, I would just object to every single leading question until the prosecutor sits down crying. The leading is unbearable. It's a matter of style. And if he did that every single question, the jury would get mad. He's been doing this for long enough to know not to piss a jury off and how to lose a jury and how to keep a jury interested. And quite frankly, her questions have been helping him until now. And that's when he decided to object. Craftastical, RD Commonwealth trying to say Patrick Clancy was an accessory now? Thanks. I have no idea what they're trying to say. What do you think the jury thinks? What was the Commonwealth hiding with the lead investigator? Short questions. Right. For the lead investigator, that was a very short direct. Just Joey says the Bobbsey twins are the unpopular girls from high school getting revenge on the pretty cheerleader. They're jealous of her life. The minds were made up January 25th, and they picked evidence to match. What was the debacle yesterday? Oh, you didn't watch yesterday? Yeah, there's a lot of autopsy photos, a lot of graphic testimony about the children and the way that they died. And she tried to backdoor it in today by getting the lead investigator to talk about his conversations before the grand jury prep with Dr. Vidal from the medical examiner's office. And I don't think that was necessarily proper, but she has been impeaching her own witnesses throughout this trial, and it's just insane. Let's take a look at the civil lawsuit. For those of you who haven't seen it, I'm going to show portions of it to you right now. Again, this is the civil lawsuit that Lindsay has filed. And this is the second amended complaint. Rosemary Scapicchio represents Lindsay in this case, and we've seen her today. She was in the courtroom. This second amended complaint was filed May 19th of 2026. And I'll just show you who the defendants are here to begin. But I've read portions of this to you, and it is, I can't read that, 66 pages long. So we're not going to read the whole thing. But here's the second amended complaint, which governs. They've added defendants. And it is Lindsay Clancy against Jennifer Tufts, Aaliyah Goodhart, Dr. Diaz, Dr. Madva, Rebecca Gelada, Julie Paul, Letitia Dukes, Astor Mental Health System, South Shore Health System, McLean Hospital Corporation, DBA McLean Hospital, and Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. And this is the second amended complaint. And this goes through all of the medical treatment. We've heard that ad nauseum at the trial, so I'm going to skip through this part. But the introduction just says, this is a medical malpractice action brought by Lindsay Clancy. This action arises from the catastrophic failure of multiple medical providers to properly diagnose, treat, and monitor Lindsay's severe postpartum psychiatric condition, despite her repeated desperate pleas for help and her family's persistent efforts to obtain adequate care. Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in her situation could do. She recognized something was wrong with her. She sought medical treatment. She went to emergency rooms. She called crisis hotlines. She admitted herself to hospitals. She took the medications prescribed to her. She communicated her worsening symptoms to her provider. She told them the medications were making her worse. Her husband advocated for her. Her family drove from out of state to help care for the children, and still the medical system failed her completely. Goes on to talk about the defendants. It says Lindsay's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment, even though Lindsay did all that she could do to obtain the proper treatment. The psychotropic medications Lindsay received appeared to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. The tragedy that followed was the direct and proximate result of the defendant's collective negligence in failing to recognize obvious warning signs, coordinate care, properly diagnose Lindsay's condition, and provide treatment that met the applicable standard of care. As a direct result of the defendant's negligence, Lindsay suffered catastrophic physical injuries, including permanent paralysis, And she lost 3 of her beloved children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. I don't know. People are saying that their YouTube glitched. Or is it the same person that keeps putting it in there? YouTube, I don't know. You guys may have broken the internet. I don't know. YouTube's been having issues lately, though. Well, she lost her 3 beloved children. I don't know about that. But let's see what she says, because then later on in the complaint, she says she admits to taking their lives. Lindsay now faces a lifetime of physical disability, psychological trauma, and the unbearable grief of waking up every day knowing she allegedly killed her children. Why is it saying allegedly killed her children? All of which could have been prevented had defendants provided competent medical care. The magnifying glass broke the internet. Everybody glitched. So it wasn't just the same person. Everyone glitched. Did you get kicked out? Did you come back? Who cares? Who cares about what? What don't you care about? Maybe you're behind in the stream. Then they go on to talk about the parties and where they work and who they work for, jurisdiction and venue. But what I want to get to is the day of 3:04 p.m. Is that when YouTube glitches? I refreshed the stream. I don't know. Maybe it's a StreamYard thing, because StreamYard is really acting up lately. The nanny mentioned the crib. Yes, you must be behind too. Okay, hold on. Shelby says, kicked out, but came right back. Can't keep us away from our head cupcake baker. I'll allow it. 20,000 in lives causes glitching, Scott McGinnis says. Maybe. Everybody, please, for the love of the traveling Mary, hit the like button so more people find out about the coverage. Maybe they're trying to keep us away from covering this, hey? Patrick's not an IT guy. He's a salesman. He's in sales. He's in tech sales. So no, he's not. I've been contacted by a lot of people who know the family, a lot of people who worked with the family. No, he was not. He was in technology. He worked for Pegasystems. They are a technology company. They also have a huge sales team. They sell technology. Okay. Lindsay's desperate efforts to seek help. They're saying about 12 weeks postpartum, her mood switched. So it was 12 weeks postpartum. Suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia. And we're going to hear all of this from the experts. Yep, trial's over for today. No court tomorrow. I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to give you fair warning. Monday is a travel day for me. Airplane Wi-Fi is not going to have what I need to be able to live stream on Monday. If I can get somebody to run my channel for me, for example, one of my kids who knows how to do it, maybe they can run the stream and I can use the airline Wi-Fi to be in the chat. But I'm warning you now that if I am not here, that is why. Next week is going back to college week. And as you know, I have 3 kids in college. And mommy does the college move-ins, drop-offs, setups. I put together furniture. I make beds. I do it all. So I'm giving you fair warning now. And so one of my girls has said, I could do your stream. And I was like, yeah, but you've been watching TikTok and you'll be doing the stream talking about Patrick did it. And so I'm marinating how to handle it on Monday, but I'm telling you right now, it's college drop-off week and it's a long flight. And just in case you need to find somewhere else to go. And then I'm going to be away, but I will have all my equipment with me and I will be bringing an Ethernet cable and hopefully I will be back with you on Tuesday. Although I will be in a different time zone. All right, so we're going to figure it out. But that's one of the reasons why initially I was like, this is going to be a 4 to 6 week trial. I don't know if I can cover the whole thing. And you remember, I said to you in the beginning, I can't do this gavel to gavel emotionally. I also knew that I had traveling around this time. And so, well, it's not making memories with my kids. It is so important to make memories with my kids, but it's also important to do the things that a mom is supposed to do. We have obligations, and this is what I do. And my kids always come first. And I've told you that a million times. If you're new here, my kids always come first. My kids always come before YouTube. And so I'll workshop something for you guys, because I know throwing you out to the law and crime rats will be something that you won't be able to do. Although when I do go away and I come back, you guys miss me so much and you appreciate me even more. You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. No, I mean, people who have their own channels are not going to run my channels. I'm not going to do that. I'm working on it. So let's, I just wanted to give you the heads up. If you're still here, 17,117. Hold on. 17117. Now we're going to have to look up, because we got that Angels number book. And remember, I'm not going to ask somebody who has another channel to do it. No, I don't think that's appropriate. If they wanted to do it, they'd be doing it on their own channel. You know what I'm saying? Remember, 555 was the number we looked up yesterday, and that was the major change number in this Angels book here, right? This Angel numbers book. And so now that I just saw 17117, let's look up 17, because it's a repeating number of the day, and there's always a theme, right? So 17. No, I don't want you to recommend other streams. I'll recommend other streams too if I want to do that. 17, aspire. Think bigger. Your angels encourage you to speak your wants and dreams aloud to the universe. Get creative with what you want and see it happening in great detail. Visualize an experience in which you receive something you always wanted. Feel thankful for it as if it's already happened. Aspire. Wasn't there something about Aspire? Aspire was the crisis hotline. What? Aspire was the crisis hotline number. What? Hold on. Oh my gosh. There it is, number 17. That's crazy. I will be an empty nester, yes. Then you won't be able to get rid of me. That's crazy. All right, let's get back to this complaint, because really what I want you to see, the most important part, because we didn't get to this part when we started reading it the other day. They talk about the medication increases, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then it gets to the day. Oh, wait, Dr. Diaz. Have they called Dr. Diaz yet? Because she or he is a defendant here. Dr. Diaz worked at Women and Infants. We haven't heard from this doctor yet. On December 20th, that's the facility that rejected her. So on December 20th, she admitted herself to Women and Infants. Her chief complaint was, I feel numb and crazy depressed. She reported feeling crazy depressed. This must come straight from the records. Crazy depressed, numb to all emotion, can't feel love, that her life is becoming a disaster, that she couldn't feel fear. She couldn't feel. What did I just say? She couldn't feel fear. That she was messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month. Had no motivation, and reported that it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. And I'm sure that's in the notes. Her Edinburgh postnatal depression score at Women and Infants was 23, indicating severe depression. Her GAD-7 was 21, higher than the threshold for the most severe category. And despite these severely elevated scores, Dr. Diaz, the attending psychiatrist, concluded that Lindsay had no postpartum depression and rejected a bipolar disorder diagnosis because of no history of hypomania or psychosis or family history. This conclusion was negligent in part because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety. We haven't heard that yet, right? A relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Had Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period, she would have learned of the hypomanic episode that began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz. Hold on. Where does it say that? It must have said somewhere that they rejected her because she was over medicated, but I don't see that exactly right in this particular paragraph. Oh, here it is, right here. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to over-medication and recommended weaning Seroquel. The clinical team at Women and Infants posited that Lindsay's symptoms were, quote, more pharmacologically induced than purely depressive. Dr. Diaz's assessment and plan documented that Women and Infants Day program is not a suitable treatment facility for Lindsay, yet Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange appropriate alternative treatment and instead discharged Lindsay after only one day of treatment with inadequate follow-up care. Women and Infants reached out to Nurse Gelada, but Nurse Gelada did not respond to them. Their recommendation was to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternative treatment. So they thought she was over-medicated and not depressed. That's what they thought. That's what the clinical team said. Then they talk about McLean, but I want to get to the January 24th allegations. Here it is. January 24th of 2023. On January 24th, 2023, Lindsay woke severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomach ache. Later, she went to the backyard with the children, built a snowman, and sent a picture to Patrick and her mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harm the children." So the voice must have been mentioned before this. Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. That's why she's saying she looked at the map. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force coming over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported that she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. People who have suffered from psychosis often say this, that it's like they're outside their bodies looking down at themselves doing things and they can't control themselves. Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands, all action. This voice demanded action." Lindsay proceeded, as alleged, to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Okay, so for all the people out there who still think that Patrick did it or are looking for another explanation for how this could happen, and I understand that because nobody can believe that a mother would do this, right? And so people are looking for answers, and it's easier to find an alternative theory than it is to buy the bullshit that the Commonwealth is trying to sell you. I get it. But it says right here in paragraph 6 of the second amended complaint, Lindsay proceeded, as alleged, to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." It's right there. Caroline says, yep, this is how it works. Having a complete outer body experience, she spiraled and lost all control. Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrists and neck, and jumping from a second-floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. She also suffered multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Cora and Dawson died on January 24th, 2023. Callan succumbed to his injuries and died on January 27th, 2023. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound, enduring love for her children. I don't know why that keeps doing that. And here, as we move back in time from that section on January 24th, we look at her continued deterioration under Dr. Tufts' care. Somebody was in chat yesterday, I think, who said that they were a patient of Dr. Tufts at the same time that Lindsay was, and that she was also suffering from postpartum, and that she could have been Lindsay, and thank God she's not. So again, Dr. Tufts said that her condition was deteriorating the day after she was discharged from McLean, and her medication was not effective. Again, 17-minute visit. At Cora's birthday party on January 7th, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled, but she could not converse. She avoided talking and could not make sense of what others were saying. Is she spiraling into psychosis? Is her depression now maybe because of all the medications and the underlying postpartum depression and the hormones from the breastfeeding or stopping breastfeeding? Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge from McLean. Okay, so apparently she was having hallucinations before she even went into McLean. This is what all the experts are going to tell us. And remember, she was Googling hallucinations. We learned about that today. The hallucinations continued on January 16th. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. Maybe that's what she meant when she talked about intrusive thoughts. Those were her intrusive thoughts. Auditory hallucinations. She felt the only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. On January 20th, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. January 23rd, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being a little more anxious with her heart racing. That was the day before the murders. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same, flat, anxious, that she had no motivation, numb, and has to force herself up out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficacy were poor. Her insight was poor, and her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day. That night, Lindsay did not sleep. And then the next day is the part I read before about January 24th. So there's that. Never give up. Says basically all of her providers were throwing everything at the wall to see what would stick to a patient who was mentally deteriorating. They had no idea how to help her, so they gave her narcotics. Mahalo, Kimberly. Mahalo. Oops. Debbie said, is the prosecution done? They're done for today. They're not done with it. They haven't rested their case. Somebody said earlier that Bob Mata, who is in the court, he's still in the courtroom today. How long is he staying? Is he staying through next week? Because there's no court tomorrow. So I wonder if he's going to leave early. But I think he said, well, let me check what he said. Hold on. Something like they only had 3 more witnesses, but was that before lunch? Let me see if he got any intel. I wonder if he got to talk to Rosemary Scapiccio. I know how much Bob Mata loves Rosemary Scapiccio. Hang on one second. Oh, it says they only had 3 witnesses on their list for today. Might they be resting? Okay, that doesn't mean 3 in total left. I mean, there's still a lot of witnesses, I think. I think they have at least a couple that we haven't heard from. Ian Whiffen is one. Are they going to save their expert psychiatrists for rebuttal? I don't know. They shouldn't, because what if the defense decides not to put on a case? Because that's a game time decision. They could say that they're not putting on a case, and then has the Commonwealth proven? Let's do a poll right now. All right, let's do a poll right now. So hang tight. If you are checking out, just wait a minute, because I want to do a poll. And I want to know that as of today, has the Commonwealth proven that Lindsay, because they have to prove she was sane. Bob said that Whiffen is on vacation and would have to testify via Zoom. Oh, that's interesting. Let's do a poll. All right, so as of today, and remembering that the Commonwealth has the burden to prove that Lindsay was sane at the time of the crimes, would you say, oh, so not guilty would mean not guilty, totally not guilty, that she didn't do it at all. Guilty would be straight up go to prison. So I guess this will be, how would you vote? Let's see. And remember that if you have a reasonable doubt, you have to find not guilty by reason of, and I'm just going to say not criminally responsible. Let's see how good of a vote, how good of a sample we can get. All right, there it is. It should be up. You should see the poll now. Caroline's here. Dallas in the house. Hello. Lisa, Chloe's mom says, could you imagine getting the sidebars from this trial? I would love to hear Kay Shred's comments. Thanks for covering this hard one. It is a hard one, I know. CJ, thanks for becoming a member. Caitlin says, I love it here. I'd be lost without you. Truly. Oh, thank you for being here for 13 months. Christine said, nothing really is adding up, is it? Yellow Ledbetter, thanks again for your coverage. I leave Saturday for Edinburgh and Aberdeen. Another cupcake. Megan J is getting married there. Congrats, Meggers. Oh, I love that. Blue Bow Psych, I'm so glad Lindsay and Kevin found each other. Sarah the Nugget says, when I was my closest to taking my own life, I was outwardly fine, well employed, going out, smiling, laughing. It was all faked for the sake of other people. Right. People say that too, that the last day is a really, really, really good day because people are happy that is finally, the pain is going to be over. That's what people say. All right, let's see how many votes we can get on that poll. Diane, thanks for your Venmo. Says just because. Well, thank you, just because, Diane. Lisa, thank you so very much. I appreciate you so much. Teresa, I look forward to every live, she says. Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. Alicia says, thank you for taking the time to read our comments and respond. It truly means so much. You inspire so many of us, and I hope you know just how adored, admired, loved, and respected you truly are. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the chat has been crazy. Gigi, thank you so very much for your ain't got no quid $100 cash app. You're amazing. You're amazing. And Jill with the tattoo. That's from earlier. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. Another thing that you can do if you want is you can go look up Dr. Zeisel's testimony from the Lucy Medina trial. It's in my playlist. Let me see something. He's an amazing witness. And the way that he explains things is just so good. He gives such great explanations. Samantha says, I don't want to live in a world where Lindsay Clancy is in jail and Casey Anthony is not. Thank you. Funky says, can you take a poll to see if the malpractice was foreseeable and doctors should be found liable? Thank you. Let's do this poll for today. And I think we don't know enough about the medical malpractice case really to vote yet. There are a lot of people who don't know a lot about that case. But there are a lot of people who think that this whole thing is on the medical providers. I don't think that particularly. I don't think that the medical providers can be held liable or can be held, like they can't be criminally prosecuted here. I just think that it is such a travesty of the system that this could happen in this day and age. There was no coordination of care. Thank you, Denise, for becoming a member. Do I know that was the proximate cause, that the medical providers were the proximate cause of Lindsay doing what she did? Because oftentimes, if people are going to do something, they're going to do it. You can't prevent them from doing it. If she were hospitalized and taken off the meds, would that have made a difference? Would this have never happened? I don't know that we can say that with certainty, right? But if they kept her in and they detoxed her, could she have gotten better? Many people have said that it happened to them and then they got better. Could be a hung jury. I don't think the 12 people are going to be able to agree on this. I really don't. Because the public is so divided. The public is so divided that how do you think that 12 people are going to be able to, hold on one second, are going to be able to agree on this when you see what's going on out there in the real world? I just feel like people who think that she should go to jail forever and ever and ever and she's evil are never going to change their mind. And people who are willing to entertain the possibility of postpartum psychosis are willing to entertain it, and we'll see. And yeah, it's possible just because of the dirty tricks, right, that the ADAs are pulling. And so if the jury gets turned off by that and they feel like they're trying to hide stuff and they're intentionally trying to deceive them, I don't think it's going to go well for them. I don't. And so I would never, ever, ever bet money on a jury, ever. And you never know what they're going to do. But I don't think it's going to be a quick deliberation. And who knows, by the time they get this case, they may be over it. Right? They may be totally over it by then. How many votes do we have? Let's see. It's weird. I can't see the poll on my own phone. Only 2,500 votes. There's over 15,000 people in here. Come on, everybody, vote. Let's get a good sampling. Good sampling. We can get at least, I don't know, 8 or 10,000 votes, I would think. Just come to your screen for a second and click a button. As of today, do you find her not guilty, meaning totally she didn't even kill the children? Guilty, or that could also mean jury nullification. Guilty or not criminally responsible. The difference between guilty and not criminally responsible is prison or mental institution. They'll have to figure out how to take the emotion out and determine if they have a reasonable doubt is the only way. Well, look at this. Joey says, watching the stream changed my mind. I was in the side of the woman killed her kids, bury her under the prison. After watching the trial and listening to y'all's takes, I see I was completely wrong. Look at that. Thanks for having an open mind. Thanks for having an open mind. Jomar says, I think the trickery and the nastiness of the ADAs will backfire. I think the jury's already seeing through this nonsense. Let's take a look for those of you who don't know, since I have it here somewhere, at the jury instruction that the jury is going to be read. Oh, please. Somebody reached out to me. They're doing a documentary on this case, and they're like, would you participate? I'm like, hell no. Hell no. Hell no, I won't. Actually, I didn't even respond. But, you know what happens when you participate in something like that? First of all, it's like they want you and your content for free, and they want, and forget it. They can twist and edit however they want it to look. And we've seen way too many documentaries that are just not, the poll is free. That's right. Too many documentaries that are inaccurate and totally skewed. And do I want to be a part of that? No. All right, let's take a look at the Massachusetts model jury instructions on homicide, criminal responsibility. Yeah, how do we fix it? Talking about this is not going to fix it, says Jeannie. How do we fix this? Band together to make something happen. Well, there is a bill pending in Massachusetts that I have not had a chance to research yet that somebody told me about yesterday. Please do not put medication names in the chat. Please be creative. Just use an initial for it. YouTube doesn't like it. They will block you. The mods, we don't like it. We don't want the channel stricken. And please just don't do it. YouTube has its own set of rules that have nothing to do with me. There you go. Model jury instructions on homicide, criminal responsibility. And this is as of this. These are the most recent ones. Initially, we had the older ones. Those were not good. That was 2022. This was just modified in 2026. Hang on. It'll be a trust me, bro, on this. Yeah, look, March 2026. This was modified. And here's the jury instruction on criminal responsibility. And this is what a good trial lawyer does. A good trial lawyer forms their case and presents their case in accordance with the jury instructions, because at the end, this is what the jury is going to be read. And so you want the way you put your case in to be in conformance with the jury instructions so that hopefully they'll be on your side at the end. This is the model jury instructions on homicide 1, criminal responsibility. There you go. To prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she is charged. Okay, so that's the first thing they got to prove, that she committed these crimes, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. And let's just I just want to think about this analytically for a minute. We've watched 13 days of testimony. What evidence have we seen? What proof do we have that Lindsay killed the kids? Aside from looking at the civil complaint that I just read to you, what have they offered as proof that Lindsay did it? Now you see why people are out there saying Patrick did. Tell me, I'm in the chat right now, I'm watching the chat. Tell me what evidence the Commonwealth has shown that Lindsay did it. There's no confession. We haven't seen any video of her being questioned in the hospital. You guys are saying her DNA was not on the bands, the exercise bands, only the ends were tested and the center were tested. The only thing that we have, I think, is Patrick saying, Patrick didn't even say that Lindsay said she did it. Patrick said, where are the children? And Lindsay said, in the basement. And then they were down there and they all, well, Callan survived a couple of days, but his brain function never came back. But Patrick didn't even say that Lindsay said she did it. Patrick said that the kids are in the basement and that she called him when Dr. Zeisel was in the room and said, I was hearing voices. And what was the other part of his testimony? She said that she was hearing voices that told her to do it. Was that kind of a confession? She didn't give a confession. I mean, she said it in her civil lawsuit, but there's no stipulation about her having done it. They wouldn't accept that stipulation. So imagine that the jury knows none of what we know. Of course, they know nothing about the civil lawsuit. They know nothing about the pretrial hearings. What evidence has the Commonwealth? Kevin has said during the trial that she killed her kids multiple times. Right. He said it. What he says isn't evidence, but he said, you mean after she killed her kids or before she killed the kids? Patrick told the police she killed the effing kids, right, in the 911 call that we didn't hear. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I think she did do it. I don't think he did it. I just want to know from you, if you were sitting on this jury, try and forget everything else you know from outside the trial and the pretrial. Civil does say allegedly in one part, yep, but also says that as she was taking their lives with the bands, she was saying, go to God, baby, before each one. Patrick said she killed the effing kids when he called 911, but that's why the people who are trying to show that he did it out there on the internet think that it's all his word. People out there think he pushed her, he drugged her, he pushed her out the window. He took the lives of the kids because he wanted a better life or a different life. And then he went and did his errands and then he came back. People say that, well, the crushed thyroid, I think people are confusing the crushed thyroid with a crushed larynx, which is totally different. If you had a crushed larynx, you wouldn't be able to speak, or a crushed throat. But I don't know what that whole thyroid evidence is. There's no third-party culprit defense here. The defense is not criminally responsible, and all the evidence is that the defense puts on is going to be experts who say that. But from what the jury has been shown right now, up till today, 13 days of testimony, have they proven to you that she did it? Whether you think she did or not, it's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the first thing they got to prove. And also, the second thing they have to prove is that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Now, that is different from most other states. Most other states, if you're going to say not guilty by reason of insanity, you as the defendant are required to prove that. Here, the burden shifts to the prosecution. It's very, very different. That's a big burden for them. So they got to prove two things. One, she did it. And two, she is criminally responsible. Okay? And now let's look at what criminal responsibility means. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for his conduct. I'm going to say she. For her conduct, if she has a mental disease or defect, so they do use that terminology, mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity to either appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. The phrase mental disease or defect is a legal term, not a medical term. It does not need to fit into a formal medical diagnosis. The phrase mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible. I think that all of the evidence that the Commonwealth has put on so far gives me reasonable doubt about whether or not she was in her right mind. I have a reasonable doubt about it right now. Right now, I absolutely have a reasonable doubt. Because all the evidence shows she was a great mother. Everybody thought she was a great mother. And we have this rapid decline of her mental state that is documented extensively in her own journals, in the medical records, this polypharmaceutical issue, 2 calls to the suicide hotline, an inpatient stay at McLean, an attempted inpatient stay at Women and Infants, a suicide attempt that I do believe was legitimate. Nobody wishes right now that she was dead more than Lindsay Clancy, I believe. And the more the Commonwealth case goes on, the more reasonable doubt I have about her mental state. And if you have reasonable doubt, you can't find her guilty. Villanelle, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Yes, agreed. Princess Coyote says, I feel like the Patrick Clancy guilters are showing that there is reasonable doubt that she did it, whether or not he did. Right. That to me indicates reasonable doubt. That to me indicates a group of people out there who cannot wrap their head around how this could happen, just like I can't wrap my head around it, just like many of you can't wrap your head around it. And so we're looking for a reason or a motive. And people are saying she had no motive to kill her kids. What's the motive? Unless she was insane, unless she had a psychotic break. Junebug says, thanks for covering this. From all moms who have ever felt crazy or stupid or just treated like liars in their life, we must advocate for each other. Thank you. Skyway says, all the things I never learned in law school. Snazzy Trinket says, I need to know about your earrings. Oh, these earrings are, these are Dave Matthews Fire Dancer earrings. And every year when I go to Cancun to see Dave Matthews on the beach, there's a local Cancun artisan. His name is Javier, and he makes these earrings every year, a different version of them. So I have a number of different versions of them. But they are Dave Matthews Fire Dancer earrings, and they're awesome. Going on with the jury instruction, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, that's where I am right now. They haven't proven that beyond a reasonable doubt to me yet. Then you must consider whether, as a result of a mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct, or, so it's not an and, it's an or, to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, meaning she was compelled and she couldn't stop herself from doing it. Or at the time she was doing it, she didn't even realize what she was doing and that it was wrong or criminal. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive the defendant of his ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. Now, 2 things can be true. She can have been suffering from postpartum psychosis, and she can, if you believe that she did do it, 2 things can be true. You can believe that she had postpartum psychosis, and you also can believe that even though she had postpartum psychosis, she knew what she was doing, and she knew that it was against the law. And she should have been able to stop herself, and she was able to stop herself, but she just didn't. That's why them trying to get that testimony in about how long she would have to hold the bands to cause death is important to them because they want to tell the jury she could have stopped at any time and she just didn't. Right? I mean, to me right now, I don't know if right now they've even proven to me that she did it. I mean, there's some inferences that she did it, but beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, just saying, she was the only one home at the time, so she did it. But they haven't really been talking about that. They're talking about a lot of gruesome details about the deaths, about the autopsies. We've seen a lot of pictures about blood on the outside of the house. Like it's almost like they've been trying to defend the medical providers against a civil lawsuit. It is complicated, right? I would not want to be on this jury. And here it says appreciate. The word appreciate means to understand rather than to merely know. So at the time, she had to understand that what she was doing was wrong. Criminality means the legal significance of conduct, meaning you could go to jail if you kill someone. Wrongfulness means the moral significance. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or that it was wrong. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to show that the defendant merely knew or was intellectually aware that her conduct was illegal or wrong. Rather, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a mental disease or defect did not deprive the defendant of a meaningful understanding of the legal or moral significance of his conduct or her conduct. The defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. In considering whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proof, you may consider all the evidence that has been presented at this trial. You may consider the facts underlying the crime and evidence of the defendant's actions before and after the crime. You may consider the opinions of any experts who testified and give those opinions whatever weight you think they deserve. It's a tough case. It's a tough case. Oh, Venus Blue Cupcake loves her necklace from Dave Matthews Cancun. And here is what the jury will learn about what will happen if they find not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, the district attorney or another appropriate authority may, and generally does, petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. But Bridgewater is only men, so it wouldn't be Bridgewater. If the court concludes that the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create substantial likelihood of serious harm to herself or others, then the court will grant the petition and commit the defendant to a proper mental health facility. Periodically, the court reviews the order of commitment. If the defendant is still suffering from a mental disease or defect and is still dangerous, then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental health facility. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitment as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of her life. If at some point the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the court will order her discharge from the mental health facility after a hearing. The DA must be notified of any hearing concerning whether the person may be released, and the DA may be heard at any such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to recommit or release the defendant is always made by the court. And there it is. Oh, and look, here's case law from 2020 that says it's improper to instruct the jury to consider a verdict of guilty but not criminally responsible, because if the Commonwealth fails to show defendant is criminally responsible, she is not guilty. Interesting. What are your thoughts on this? Leslie said, if Lindsay didn't plead guilty to this, well, she didn't. She didn't plead guilty to this. I wouldn't have any evidence that's been put forth to say that she was the one who did. She hasn't pled guilty. She has not. She wanted to stipulate that they would only go to trial on straight up guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. The Commonwealth didn't want it. They wanted this trial. They wanted this trial. They wanted this. And she didn't. So she did not plead guilty. I know there's a lot of misinformation out there. I mean, I've been doing research on this. I've been listening to psychiatrists talk about this, and psychosis can have sudden onset. You can make a plan. You can communicate. It's not drooling. The priest says Mrs. Always Right. Yes, Father Bob in the house. Melissa says, I need to hear from experts regarding psychosis to vote. However, the system definitely failed her. Lack of ADA, mental health knowledge is very upsetting to me, being a person with depression and anxiety. I lived with the stigma my whole life. Thank you, Melissa. Lauren says, I have doubts about the timeline regarding Callan. Kay says, do we know that Patrick wasn't the voice telling her to do it? No, that's what people are saying who think that he did it. Does she even believe she did it, or is it just people telling her she did? I don't know. In her lawsuit, she says she did. But the jury doesn't know that. We know that. Villanelle says, yesterday was vile. ADAs are done. They have lost the jury before the defense starts. We'll see. Needham says, thanks for your coverage. Thank you very much. Isaac says, I love that you tell us when to come look. Thank you. I know I'm like a commentator for trials because a lot of people are just listening and not watching. The gobbledygook of the Commonwealth. You changed your name. I can see it. If she didn't like her life, she could have walked away. Women do it all the time. I think the meds and depression made her snap. I'm leaning towards snapping too. All right, let's see how many votes we have on the poll so we can end it. Yes. Did you hear what Maura Healey signed today? I did. And was it yesterday or today? Maura Healey quietly, and maybe not so quietly, signed a bill allowing abortions up until birth. There had previously been a 24-week limit that you couldn't get an abortion after 24 weeks. I am not going to get into a conversation about that now, but the governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, quietly, or maybe not so quietly, signed a bill allowing abortions all the way up to birth. That is real. It is a thing. If you haven't seen it in your feed, it is because maybe they're trying to keep it from you. And there were all women all around her clapping. No time limit. Anytime you want, come on in and you can get an abortion if you can get a doctor to sign off that you need one or want one. Yep, she did. All right, so far in our chat, there's 5,000 votes, which is not a hell of a lot considering that there's still almost 15,000 people in here. 13,000 anyway. 5,000 votes. 75% say not criminally responsible. 4% say guilty. And 21% say not guilty at all. That's very interesting to me. You don't even think 21% of you don't even think they proved that she did it. Yeah, you can look it up. Google it. I think it happened yesterday, right? All right, so I'm going to end the poll. Come, last minute votes. Last minute votes. Come on in. Oh, we've only been at it for 7 hours today instead of our usual 8. And so I wonder if the people, I wonder where people who think that Lindsay Clancy is evil and should go to prison for the rest of her life are also in favor of the up to full term abortion law. I'm wondering, like, where, you know, what the, no, the Commonwealth didn't rest. They just cut a little bit early today, like 3. Whatever time it was. I don't even know right now. It's almost 4 o'clock here on the East Coast. Linda, thank you for your Venmo. Says hugs to all standing alongside Lindsay. Sharon, thank you so much. She says, always a better day watching with you, Mel. Oh, you're very sweet. All right. I'm going to end the poll. Let's see where we are at. 5,348 votes. Let's see if we can get to 5,350 and then we'll call it. Nope, you guys are still voting. I'll give you a minute. Still holding at the same percentages, up to 22% for not guilty, straight up not guilty, and very interesting. MS Warrior says, in my opinion, all they've proven is she was a good, loving, caring mom. By her text journal and web searches, she was doing her best for them. Questioning if she was good enough, I think she snapped. All right, we're going to end it right here at 5,400 votes. Let me screenshot this. 74% say not criminally responsible as of today. 22% say straight up not guilty. And only 4% say guilty. And that's with 5,400 votes. Interesting. Thank you, MS Warrior, for your super chat. All right, guys, that is it for me. I'm going to sign off. It has been 7 hours. I will probably do something tomorrow. We can talk about another subject tomorrow. Let me know in the comments what you want to talk about, because there's a lot of papers that have come out that we have not been able to cover. Turtle Boy, Karen Reed, the McCabe's. Jury nullification would basically be saying not guilty. That would be jury nullification. It would be them disregarding the law and just voting straight up not guilty because that's what they feel like voting. So it's not a choice ever. It is just something that happens with juries. All right. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Stay safe out there. The internet is a rough place. Don't really believe everything you read on the internet. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but I don't know what time it'll be either. There's so many things happening. I just may need to regroup. Again, Monday, I will be traveling. I'm going to try and find coverage for you, for me. But I will see you before then, and I will let you know exactly what is going to happen. I love you so very much, and I'll see you very soon, probably tomorrow. Peace. Thank you, moderators. I love you so much. I could never, ever, ever, ever do this without you, and you know it. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday Eve, everyone, depending on where you are.